Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんおかえりなさい。今日は357日目です。It is day 357. I just noticed something weird from yesterday. Wonder why that happened. Oh, just kidding. Okay. Alright. Today we're having a leap day. This is the tip. This would have been the level up day, right? Or the not level up day, but the second half. However, we kind of straddled it because of fun discussions 5 days ago. So today we're pretty much gonna catch up the other half. These things are gonna move to the next day, and then we're gonna have the second half of 34 tomorrow, along with a couple of stragglers here. Not too bad. All right, let's get into it. Should be no more than 30 minutes, probably 15. We're kind of on the low side now, going into 2026.
使い捨て。
使い捨て。
見極める。
Oh. Makasasu. Makasu.
Kisu.
Okay.
血液型。
申し込む。
乗車券。迷い。And consent. Oh, I missed the O in mysterious.
追い越す。
追い越す。
込める。行こう。傷つける。
つける。傷つける。
痛み。
賛成する。
言い訳。
閉まる。
メ
メガネ。
祖父母
祖父母。Oops. What? Oh. Kidding.
構
構
える
える。
迎え人
こ
混み
こみ。
融
融
合
合。うーん。あ
有志
ー、よし。うん。Okay. Not the greatest.
奇妙
奇妙。
飼
飼い
い主
主。あー。What? Oh. Wait. What? Oh. Other way.
痛む
痛む。Fair enough.
汚す
汚す。
相次ぐ
つく。相つく。
歌詞
詰め込む
む。
投げ
投げ
捨てる
捨てる。
書き込む Okay.
引っ
引っ
越す
越す
染まる
Okie dokie. Alright. So where does that leave us? Oh no, it doesn't. It moves to the next day. Okay, so that's going to be weird. So I guess we're gonna have a half level tomorrow with some... Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna get back. Think this up, but that's just gonna be weird. Again, not the biggest fan of staggered things. Oh. So this becomes this, which is half. How many characters did I see? Let's look. It's the short of 3. So this is gonna be like one of those extended times. Right. Very extended times. At 5. What is that, Tuesday? I have something to do on Monday. So fine. Alright. Over this. So I think this makes this one a 12-day cycle. Okay. Our reads our definitions here. 15 minutes. So, zo, internal organs. I, valuable. Don, principal. Ha, tsu, grow up. Do, dude, slave. Re, slave. Shku, shrink. June, your. Ate, vertical. See, stylish. What if I did this set? If I did this set, it would move everything here. Same outcome. These ones are already completed, so they'll be make lessons for today. Yeah, we'll just do lessons tomorrow. Fine. Se, heap, holy. Se, G, magnet. O, crimson. Shot, shoot. Maku, burn. I worship, send, recommend. See, infer. Key, brandish, kind of up on that a little bit. And run alongside. Again, origin. Han, the light, which the other one, recommend, came up. Which is Kan as well. Making sure the difference. Show. Consent. Heda. Branch. Oh, bean. Food. Rotten. And soul. Thin. Alright. So that's a wrap for our WaniKani today. We're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. Right? As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up WaniKani for yourself. Let me know what you think. Give it a try. I remember someone already updating me. Now WaniKani is not a time dependent thing, but more the trial is up to a certain number of characters or something like that, which makes for a much more agreeable trial. Definitely give it a whirl. Right? You're always welcome to come on by, yap a little, share some stories, try to keep each other mutually interested in our lives and the lives of others. Right? Discussion fosters enlightenment. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Right? See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna switch right on over to HanziHero and do our lessons before our short break. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是350天。It is day 350. We have 4. I think most of them are paired up. Are they paired up? Not sure. Oh, that's kind of... I did the same thing twice. That's fine. Okay. Draw. See. Oh, right. 笨拙. So, I have no idea what I guess we kind of elaborate on so. That's about it. Oh, we added doll, shy bird, and I think that's it. Was there something else? Add the shy bird. Probably it. I wanted to say, yeah. Oh, yeah. So county, lined it up with the we redefined it because department, that's department. Rules for the county department. And still hold tight. Paired it up with Cho. Alright. Those are the 4 from yesterday. Yesterday was a pretty average day. Alright, let's get into our lessons.
岛屿
岛屿 Island, yeah. Islet. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. An island is a large, right, landmass surrounded by water, while an islet is a similar, simply a very small island, often tiny, rocky, or with minimal vegetation, no permanent habitation. Wait. The definition on strict. The word isle is a more poetic or formal synonym for island, often used in proper. Wait. Islet, a tiny island, uninhabitable. Okay. An isle is a small or picturesque island, often interchangeable with island. Think about this. Yeah, all islets are islands, but not all islands are islets. An isle is just a established word for an island. Okay, alright, buddy. Alright.
岛屿守株待兔
守株待兔 So regard to trunk. Wait, it's not trunk, stump. Defend, stump, die tool. Die tool. Treat or no? Die. Yeah, treat. Rabbit? To guard a tree stump. Retreat rabbit. Wait for a windfall. Alright, you're gonna have to give me something on this one. Wait for windfall is to guard a tree trunk, sure, when looking for food and forcing hope that a rabbit will treat you to a meal by coming up to you and falling dead at your feet. That is certainly one way to think of it. Yeah, I was thinking more like the treat rabbit as luck. So you sit put, right, to guard a tree stump. You sit put and wait for luck to happen, which is to wait for a windfall. Wait for luck. Okay. Alright. So 守株待兔.
守株待兔
I want to do to wait for luck.
作弊
Do be fraud, to cheat. Okay, fair enough. Practice fraud.
作弊捏造
捏造.捏. How does near work? Pinch. Okay, just a smidgen and create. Oh, okay, I see. Interesting. Fabricate. Yeah, more like to forge or like to make up. Like it's a pinch of the original creation. Not fabricate. Yeah, that's interesting. Hold up. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if this is fabricating evidence, accused of fabricating. The article contains a lot of fabricating. That's intriguing. I'm curious if it's used as fabrication in the sense of creating fabrication.
捏造
Oh,
和弦
和弦 harmony 弦 和弦 bowstring a chord. Interesting. I got you. Cute way.
和弦
What? Oh, probably wrong tone.
作弊和弦
Wait, was it? Space capsule. Oh, whoops, that's a typo.
捏造
Okay.
守株待兔
Oh, I see what I was doing there. Okay.
岛屿嫩肉
嫩肉. That's tender meat, alright.
嫩肉
Okay.
暮色
Musa. Dawn color, twilight. Makes sense. Or not. Sunlight color. Sunset color. Twilight is what happens when the sun sets. Or after, really. Let me look at Twilight's definition. Yeah, that Twilight. Not necessarily. It's like during the little like wonderful glow along the horizon.
暮色戴口罩
戴口罩戴 what? Wear. Oh, it's just wear a mask. Okay. 戴口罩
戴口罩
Ohio, James. Hello. Is it morning where you are? Huh. Interesting.
心弦
音弦 heartstring, heart, bowstring. Okay, gotcha.
心弦令人捧腹
令人捧腹令 orders 人 person. Hold with both hands. Ooh. Abdomen. Oh. Oh, that's funny. Laugh with both your hands on your abdomen. Oh man. That's pretty good. 令人捧腹. Gives me the frog cross ponds leap on tree. order person hold both hands on abdomen. That's pretty hilarious. Yes, indeed.
令人捧腹，
Cool. Okay.
嫩肉， 令人捧腹，
人丰富. Oops, die空.
新鲜，戴口罩， 目色，
Alright.
手电筒，
手电筒 and electric tube. Flashlight. Makes sense.
手电
手电
筒，
筒，
吸水，
吸水. How's the reviews been lately? You enjoying? Yeah? I mean, I don't typically choose to do things I don't enjoy. 吸水. How's it going at your end?
吸水，
吸水.
捏饺子，
捏饺子. Yeah. Pinch. Oh yeah. Pinch dumplings. Create the folds. 捏饺子.
捏饺子，抛，
抛. Huh. What part of you screams Paul? Mutant screams y'all. Good, you picked up some grammar decks to try to fill in some gaps? I see, grammar decks. Intriguing. Do grammar decks operate differently, or how does that work? Mutant. Let's look at mutant. Whoa, mutant is vacant still. Do we have different pals? No, we don't. Mutant, a carrier. Not this either. Oh, okay. So we're just gonna have to go with it. Pause. What do you look like? Pause. Nothing comes to mind. Patrick is in front of the barn, tossing a finger back and forth with the mutant that he met earlier that day. He did so to keep out of the reaches of the muscular. Alright. We have two sets of fingers here. Two sets of body parts here. Oh no. Tossing. Alright. So Patrick is front of the barn. Tossing around. Randomly picking up stuff with his starfish fingers, arms. Yeah, we have to say fingers, trying to toss them far as he can, show how muscular arm or power, I guess, how strong muscular arms are. Mutants. There's overlap with your vocab deck, but there's stuff like conjugations, suffixes, alternative uses of particles depending on context. Okay, stuff that isn't obvious just doing vocab studies. Sounds like information. Costume as far as he can show, as he can tend to show how strong the arms. Suddenly he was approached. Oh, this is in front of the barn. Was trying to show off front of his fellow mutant inhabitants taking shelter barn. Okay. To cast aside. Oh. What side are we doing? Really? Using Kai? How Kai? To abandon? What is the right character? Oh, okay. T, I see. How T. To toss and quit. Abandon.
Paul.
Oh, I can kind of see why the Japanese thing didn't use this. The mnemonics they use are so surreal, it's cool. Yeah, that's kind of what they're going for. That's kind of what the general thing that they... It's kind of like trendy to make it surreal, I suppose, or like absurd or emotional. It's attempting to elicit an emotional thing. So like it's kind of a reliable and more receptive way of trying to come up with mnemonics that aren't personable. So like if say you're coming up with a deck and you want to share this with other people, generally using very impressionable things that don't overlap with someone else's existing concepts are more receptive to being memorable than they are if they were grounded and relatable. So in order for me to do both, I take whatever idea possibly that they have, and then I bend it and add the groundedness in the surrealism. So then it's a kind of a mix of both. I take their idea and I put it into my own image in order to create that connection. So then you can learn from their perspective while embracing it and changing it into your perspective. So you can have the blend of the two. That's kind of what I typically refer to as learning something when you're reading and being exposed to information. If one uses simply to either remember the mnemonic because you didn't want to create anything in that image, then surrealism, or like things that are outside of the person's relatability, is far more impressionable, or it's likely to be more consistently impressionable than something that's related but distracting. So oftentimes when people use services like this, they would say like, I don't like this mnemonic. SpongeBob or Patrick is not supposed to be doing this. This is my idea of Patrick. So if you go and do something that is like a little bit off, it creates interference for someone who doesn't rearrange the imagery in their own. So someone who is like a memorizer and a recognizer tend to be more receptive to something that they should be recognizing and memorizing that is novel, and not something that is slightly what they know but not exactly what they know. That's usually creates friction. The other way around is if the person who's using the content is able to immediately frame the things they're learning from taking what they understand about the piece and then also infusing something that they know together, then that is what I consider as true, like the completion of learning and understanding. If that is not completed, then you are still memorizing and recognizing. So that relies a lot on persistent repetition and recognition. So you can still get to the point where it becomes second nature and reinforcement. However, the latter, when it's only reliant on memorization and recognition, it requires higher repetition and higher consistency. So based on your lifestyle choices, if you're already doing it as a lifestyle choice, less thinking, less deep processing for the repetition and recognition side of things. Otherwise, I typically am more on the former side, which is I made sure my encoding is as deeply sufficient to excel past a task. So most of the time when it comes to remembering things, these things have a lower threshold of memory, and I try to exceed that so that I use less time on having to reinforce my memory. It's kind of like one of the things I'm working on at the moment. How to describe that. Sometimes all of these things, I have this idea that I am working on where the idea is when you see a tool, and to determine how deeply you are, how deep processing you are doing, like what type of deep processing you're doing. One of the questions you can ask yourself to ascertain how deep your processing is when you look at a tool, are you looking beyond it? Or are you looking to extract? So whenever you download a deck, are you looking to extract the information, or are you looking to beyond and integrate the information? So often when I look at, say, this, HanziHero or Duolingo. Duolingo is a better example because usually people have this extraction mentality. So Duolingo can only be as good as you extract. Basically, whatever it has, that's the limits of its extraction. So if it doesn't have grammar, then you can't extract grammar from Duolingo. Oftentimes, the deeper the processor, so the deep thinker, someone who is processing it in a different way, and it can take a little bit longer, but generally the more you practice it, the more efficient it becomes. So something that's very difficult to deep processing is only difficult if you're under practiced. So most of the time I'm thinking beyond it. So this stuff that I'm doing right now and this very conversation that I'm having, this idea itself is spawned from my experiences with HanziHero, WaniKani, and Duolingo, and my conversations with other people. So I remember this stuff and I can present this stuff in this manner because I'm thinking about the applications and the explainer that's involved, that's beyond this tool, that's beyond flashcards. Most of the time though, I think people are incredibly restricted based on their focus on extracting information only, like specifically focusing in, if not exclusively extracting information, as opposed to thinking about its application and how it relates to your prior experience. So you don't, people are not inherently normalized to carry their experiences forward. They're usually compartmentalized between the tools that they use. Like when someone explains to me they want to go and start exercising, right? And they say they use a lot of fitness trackers, for example. So what happens is as they're exercising, they don't think about their fitness tracker. And then when they look at their fitness data, they look at it separate from their literal exercising. And that's kind of the compartmentalization of the internet. People hyper-focus on what the tool is able to do, but they don't necessarily step back to look at how they relate to each other. So oftentimes when they're looking at their fitness tracker, like someone would give me their data for their fitness stuff, and I was wondering, okay, so if your time is decreasing with the same distance, right? With the same distance, how does that translate to what you're doing during the exercise? So much like I'm using HanziHero, how does that relate to watching Link Click yesterday? Which I watched the first season of Link Click. HanziHero Link Click has a Chinese dub. But this arrow, how many steps are here that involves these parts? Like, how are these things related? So looking at how all the things that you do and how they're related to your existing experience or your current experience, like, or your previous experience, that's the level of deep processing. And I don't necessarily think that this is incentivized by the nature of the internet. Most things are advertised in a manner that requires your quote-unquote deep focus on one thing, on the thing at hand. And that's kind of understandable. I'm not entirely sure. There's a huge segue here into the feeling of ADHD, which that's a really long stretch, but here it has something to do with the disconnect as well. So when you feel like you're doing a lot of things, right, a lot of things with deep focus, but since they don't form connections with each other, it can often feel like everything is unfocused. So like for a language learner, it would be like, oh, hey, it's Anki time. Well, that's treated as separate things. And then, oh, hey, it's vlog time. That's still treated as a separate thing. Go, hey, I'm drawing now. Separate thing. So because all of these things have a disconnect with each other, this is like corollary stuff. These are disconnected with each other. Someone can get to this idea, they can leap really far, and it happens very frequently. It leaps the far, it's like, oh, I can't focus. I can't focus on one thing, and I do lots of random things. Or unrelated things. So therefore, I must have a personality or symptom of ADHD. I highly function in various things, but they all seem to be not connected. And that's kind of one of the topics that I've been working on in my head, to give the impression that when someone tells me they're using Anki, they're vlogging, they're drawing, what I see is a bunch of things that can be connected together very obviously to myself. Like for me, it's very obvious how they all connect, how their behavior leads to these three things put together. And these are different sensory inputs. They engage very different sensory inputs and outputs here. So this is a picture, this is a bigger picture. All of them are very much intertwined. So when I focus on trying to give them an aspect that can show that these things are connected, it becomes less and less likely that they feel like things are disjointed. And the reason why I try to do this is to create a level of deep processing. And that's what I feel when it comes to mnemonics. Like deep processing is required. So to go back to your first comment about the mnemonics they use are so surreal, it's cool. The idea is that mnemonics is this connection. So you have to make this connection in some way, either by trying to emotionally create something that is connected by an emotion, which can bridge context. So it can bridge semantics or semantics. Semantics plus, like, I don't know, objectivity, I guess. Objectivity meaning things that happen in the past exist. Like, they're objectively true because they already happened in the past. But you can do both if you want. And that's kind of where we go most of the time. Really interesting how well that works in practice after some time. I don't know how approachable it is yet. Kind of working on it. Like experimenting. There's some social experiments going on in the background. Paul, this is him tossing things around.
La.
I wonder if this is gonna be linked up with ba la or la ba. Oh, la ba kind of sounds like something. La ba, it kind of sounds like a speaker though. Let's see, la ba. It's still a horn. Interesting. Llama, like llama, like the Dalai Lama? Probably. Yeah. That's a pen word. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, laba. It's still horn, but I kind of think of a speaker. I don't know why I'm thinking of a speaker. Interesting. Hang on. Speaker system. Chinese. Oh, no. Is there, like, is it Kanto? Maybe I should remove speaker. So, maybe like a, oh man, that the English thing is gonna be tough. No, we're not gonna go down that road. I'm thinking more like the big rectangular thing that has a like couple subwoofers in it. Yeah, or a brass instrument. Okay, so this is really going the trumpet. And do you look like La? You kind of do, sort of. And it's off bundle with spirits, right? This one, Lan. Lan is the closest that I thought about. Oh, this group is all over the place. Alright. It's fine. Legolas is in the basement of the auditorium where he is practicing for a play he's about to star in. Okay. He holds an elvish horn that he blows with his mouth while his other hand holds an elvish saber. The other actors meanwhile throw bundles at him. This is the climax of a play called The Horn Playing Elf. It's gonna be a hit. The bundles part needs a little bit. I'm okay with this. Maybe he's more like carrying a bundle of sabers, elvish sabers, while whimsically hopping along playing a horn. A horn playing elf, huh? Can end up overlapping with Link on this here.
La 手电筒 抛 溪水 喇 捏饺子
捏饺子 Okay.
鱼
Stupid. I wonder if this is gonna link up with 笨鱼 鱼笨 or 啄 right? 啄鱼 鱼啄 What else can be stupid? Maybe like thinking, like 预想 or maybe like thought, something like that. You see. It's probably gonna be like Ben and Joel. Let's see. Yugi is. Oh, do you look like you? What do we have here? We have. What is that? A cricket or is that a mantis? It's a cricket. And then heart. How many U's do we have in cricket form? Not really. And Yi is linked up with lots of feelings. Let's go look at cricket. It's been a while. How's cricket coming along? And not that great. It looks like Lee is running the game here with the flower cricket over the cliff. Yeah, Lee is pretty dominant. It looks like Yi. Oh, encounter. That's right, Yi. Interesting that the other Yi can take on a dollhouse or an storage. And then we have all, which doesn't line up with Yi. Interesting. He's pretty good though. Yugi is inside the living room of the house where he is chasing a cricket that keeps on calling him stupid. He nearly grabs it, but stupidly trips on a heart, causing him to trip and fall into the cricket, crushing it. Now the cricket probably feels stupid for provoking the card master if it feels anything at all. Oh boy. Alright. Go and not make it that gruesome. Yugi is inside the house. Trying to... you know what? We'll just say he's trying to connect to the heart of a stupid cricket. Maybe using his cards. I don't need to change it that much. You may. Oh, okay. Dim. Oh, totally forgot about dim. You may. Do we have fun though? No, we don't. Something else. Trin. Oh yeah, we do have. I know we have Trin. Trin means clumsy. Yeah, Zhuo, Trin. Zhuo and Trin are both clumsy. Mixed for foolish. I should keep track of May. May can be good too for being in the dark on something. Yeah, there's no light there. It's a contrast to Ming, which is to be bright. So things are clear. Oh, we do have a lot of intelligent and wisdom words though. Wisdom characters as well.
鱼星
What is that? That is so awfully specific. It does look like Xing, star, Xing. What are our aliens with? Yeah, so we have star, Xing. And that's about it. Okay. Same tone too. Orangutan. Maybe like sing all. No. Sing ho. Xing really? Ah, Xing is orangutan. Interesting. I was thinking like they're not monkeys, but I figure they might reuse monkey or something in some way and group the monkeys and primates together, but wow. Interesting. Very interesting. Xena's in front of the English manor looking to trade her pet poodle for a pet that's more suitable for a warrior princess. Ah, I got you. An orangutan. This sounds like something from the Jungle Book. She puts up a sign advertising her desire to trade. Suddenly an alien comes down from the sun. Oh no. And lands in front of her. The alien gives Xena a orangutan and shines as bright as the sun, takes the poodle and leaves Xena alone on the immaculate lawn with her new pet. Oh no, and it's in front of the English manor. I think there's we're gonna use star here. So Xena is in front of the English manor we're gonna use that same thing, like looking for someone interested in a poodle she rescued from the battlefield, right? From the battlefield. She was able to she hopes that the stars would bless her within. She hopes that the stars would guide her to giving the poodle a new home. So, fortunately, a rich English person approached her. Fortunately, she found a loving, rich English person who happens to have a big heart. Even has an orangutan in their collection. Collection sounds kind of muted, but that's fine. Okay.
星 呀
Yeah, it does look like yeah. Surprised. Okay, that's some words in it. How many yas do we have now? Okay. Okay. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the auditorium taking a break during intermission. Sure. Suddenly a tooth comes hopping out of one of the stalls and begins saying words which circulate around the auditorium bathroom. Yoshi is so surprised that there's a tooth that can say words that he trips and falls into the tile, unable to contain his surprise. The bathroom attendant chase the tooth, trying to prevent him from surprising guests with its words. Oof. That's a little too far away. It's got to be about. We're gonna make it about Yoshi's teeth. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the auditorium. Huh, words. Where are we gonna throw the words? What felt something was weird about something felt weird about one of his teeth. Without any words spoken to him, he was surprised to find that there is something stuck on his tooth when looking at the bathroom mirror. Was then surprised again. It was simply a popcorn kernel. The word might get lost here. Worried about the word. 惊讶. Okay, to be surprised makes sense. Wait, 惊讶. Right? No, 惊. Huh. Oh, yes. Yes, salute.
亚
惊讶.
躺
Hoang. If. Oh no. There's an as if. What was the as if? Oh, it's probably like 只是. Tarzan is in the basement. Do you look like a tongue? Shredder? Oh no. This is the esteem, which is more of a shang. Oh, there is a tongue though. Tongue as in unite. Or like tie together. It's off confetti and yeah, tongue. Or to lie down. Oh no. I'm thinking of the other tongue. Tongue has lie down and unite. Right? Oh no. What am I thinking of? This one is fine. The tie down thing, tongue. What is in unite? Oh, it's the knee pad. This is also oh, it's tone. Oh, right. It's tone. All right. Okay. Tongue is lie down. The right hand side, the left hand side was body. And then there's tongue. Trip. We got a few more tongue coming up, right? Oh, no, just one more. Alright. If is rough. Tarzan is in the basement of the chapel where he's wondering what will happen if he puts on a mustache. We're gonna treat this whole thing as a steam, right? Alright, do a steam. Count. If he puts on a mustache that he found in one of the holy storage boxes, maybe if he puts it on, Slenderman dressed as a priest will come up to him and sprinkle confetti on him. So he does so standing there in his barbaric clothing and a single fake mustache, and sure enough, Slenderman comes down the basement stairs and run up to him and spray confetti on him. Even our most absurd ifs can sometimes happen. A miracle thing. That's okay. Tarzan is in the basement of the chapel. Looking to see if he can become more esteemed with the slender men that took the slender men priests that took him in and fostered him. He looks around. We can add something. He looks around and found some boxes of like confetti and mustaches. Maybe he can put on a show for the Slenderman. Perhaps he may become, or yeah, perhaps he may be more esteemed if he puts on a show. Okay. If. Really? Raw. Oh yeah, that's the if. If. Tang raw. Yeah, as if. Yeah, there's the as if. Raw. Supposing. Okay. Makes sense that they line up. It's been a while.
躺先
Xian. Uncover. Not much look like Xian. Oh wait, it does look like Xian. This right side. What is that? Enjoy? It could be like happy too. It's probably enjoy. What yeah, it's enjoy. She just takes it, she leaves, is sing. Sing is the thing. Here it is. Happy, enjoy. Oh, actually happy. Okay. Yeah. She just takes the bill and starts whacking at it after she leaves the place. Although this is, we're talking about Xian now. So Xing. Okay. I don't think any of these really carry any sound, any particular sound. Xena is in the front of the pawn shop where she finds a hoe that is covering a small hole in the lawn. She grabs it and uncovers the hole, only for a finger to hop out and give her a bill for uncovering the hole, which is the finger's lodging. Xena regrets uncovering. Oh, alright, we're okay. So Xena is in front of the pawn shop where she works. She was hired to use her warrior strength, right? Her warrior strength, like her strong fingers, to uncover any covers some ground with a hoe in order to make some money by billing the pawn shop opener. All right, uncover. Kind of rough. That's okay.
先
Good enough, I think.
鱼
Okay.
呀
Mm-hmm.
先
Mm-hmm.
星
Mm-hmm.
躺
That's still rough. If it's rough. All right, so I'm gonna take a bit of a break before we do our review. Be right back. All right, let's do our reviews here. Okay, let's go. Mashed it out quick today. No, we're about the same time. Lately, because of the WaniKani schedule, WaniKani, we didn't take a break between ending WaniKani and then starting HanziHero. So now I'm just taking the break after the HanziHero lesson. WaniKani is a little short on the volume on the later days. We're making liberating some time for the New Year's project when we start Boon Pro. This would be about the time that would be used for Boon Pro, and then we would go back into HanziHero. Let's see.
视频，
你看过这个视频吗？
视频。C frequency. And not channel? Huh. Interesting. What happened here? Very wrong. Very wrong is Shay wrong. Shay wrong. Shay wrong. Shay wrong. Oh boy. Always that mortar. Why do I think it is? Nope. 你看过这个视频？Fake video. Okay.
尊，车，虽然，
他虽然20多岁了，但是还不够成熟。
Or is, but also, although, yeah, fine.
肥皂，
这块肥皂是香味的，
生姜，
生姜可以用来治感冒。
Heck, I keep doing that. It's Nian. Oh, I need to stop doing that. All the elbows?
鞋
Yeah. Okay. 轻盈
轻盈
猫咪的身影轻盈如风。
I like gracious, grace and lightness. Yeah. Okay. Not gracious as in being gracious, but graceful is what I was looking. Hmm. Hmm.
上次
你上次生病是什么时候？
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Hmm. Okay. Uh,
稻草
稻草堆在农场中，
very strong. Man, Dal is looking bad news bears, man. I thought this was... Uh-oh. Okay.
段落
删掉多余的段落。
分掉多It's like bankrupt for paragraph. Ugh. I don't think I'm gonna be able to remember paragraph. We need something for paragraph. Yeah, we have to retroactively work on one more. Paragraphs, sentences, phrases. I'm okay with sentence actually. I don't think about it.
训
I like instruct. Okay.
古人
这是一个关于假人的传奇故事。
I think this is out of reach. Let's say that's dollar, right? What does that have to do with crown and measure? Or crown and caliper? No, there's no chance. I don't have anything. Oh heck, it's crown. Where did I lose it? Oh no, it's dollar and caliber. Where the heck did crown? Oh. Okay. That explains some things. Okay. Oops.
关
Disappointing.
囤粮
为了应对灾害，政府建议囤粮。
财 训练
运动员正在紧张训练。
Okay.
每逢
每逢下雪的时候，孩子们都很开心。
拓 叔叔
今天是我叔叔的生日。
父 苛求
父母不应该过分苛求孩子的成绩。
经
What? Heck, I just took a gamble.
干枯
那棵树干枯并死亡了。
Okay.
棍子
请帮我拿一根长棍子。
年 刚
Oh no. Hoang? Hoang what? I mean Hoang? Oh, okay. Yes.
深厚
他对中国文化有着深厚的了解。
Like deeply or important or yeah, it's fine. Just want deep.
女朋友
我女朋友爱水果。
I still don't know how I'm gonna connect section and fall into a paragraph. Okay. Whoops. Wait for it. That's not it. Try up this one.
朝
Okay, let's look at this. Ah! I hit the wrong tone there. What? Hold up. Huh.
担心
他已担心报国。
Is that not it? Huh.
载客
那辆公车正在载客。
垒
Oh no. All I remember is ballet. Oh, is it like bud? Okay. Ballet is ballet is ballet. It doesn't help with the meaning.
你
What? Is that not the like the oh no. It's supposed to be like loyal, yeah. Uh
黄昏
我喜欢在黄昏时散步。
黄昏? Right, yeah. Dusk. Yes. I don't know.
哼
Hoang is weak. What is this? Oh, is it a vat? Oh my gosh, vat is weak too.
戳 周丽
州立医院提供医疗服务。
白旗
他们挥舞着白旗。
Yikes. I am gonna go with... Heck. Oh no. Oh no. That might be it for that one. That doesn't make it. Does it? What type of boat is that? Yeah, it makes me want to. Like, it makes me want to type this. Which clearly it isn't. That's why it didn't. Cool. Yo.
鼠标，
我的鼠标坏了，
Yeah, computer mouse. Excuse me. Why am I drawing a blank on? Oh no! I'm drawing a blank. Wait. Oh. I'm drawing a blank on new. Oh no. Okay, so what kind of boat is this? Maybe it's not a boat. Yeah, it's a boat. Very clean. Something is very clean. That's definitely a boat. Double butlers. Yeah, I don't know where the spray and stuff's coming from. Oh. That's okay. Oh, whoops, that's a misspelling right. Really?
潜艇，
潜艇非常安静，
We need to work on Tian is like to submerge. I don't even know where the submerge is coming from or how, like, oh, they're submerging the sunlight, the sun lamp into water. I think I can swap that up somehow.
缓慢，
这个工程进展缓慢，
I don't understand this fire and flood situation here. Oh wait, I do.
灾，
It's a good thing. That's a good thing. Heck. Hmm.
一声不吭，
他被批评了，却一声不吭，
浓
Heck. So you're starting Boom Pro at New Year's? Yes, I am. I'll fit after WaniKani. Oh, I lost my train of thought. 这个文件可以作为 something 这样。Something about evidence. Let's just move on from it. So, oh, assistant. Yeah, supporting evidence. That's fine. We'll pass on that. That's dumb. This is supporting evidence.
佐证
这个文件可以作为佐证。
I've got to write evidence out.
放弃
放弃不是最好的选择。
掺党
Oh no. Got to sort out the sparks. Oh no. Huh.
“血缘
血缘并不是唯一的联系方式。
扶手椅
奶奶坐在扶手椅上看书。
粉
这是一个 something 的日子。It's like auspicious or good. But don't know. Obviously, that's undi. For things that deal with good fortune. Where the mouth comes from. Okay. No way of getting to it. That doesn't seem right. Does it? No. Common. Bantu. Nothing to Bantu. I don't think there's a chance of. Oh, I got the tone wrong. G. I still don't know why it's G though. So we're just gonna. Yeah, lucky. Which is still auspicious or fortunate. Yep, we can work on that. It has to be retroactively moved to involve Jimmy Neutron somehow.
Shensheng.
这座山被视为神圣的。
Honestly, I have no idea what this means either. It's like all I got is this. The other. Oh no. We need a B rework. The other. Need a B rework.
Fu.
That one's kind of weak.
赌注。
他赢了所有的赌注。
戳破。
这个轮胎被钉子戳破了。
10。
彼此
他们彼此帮助。
吉利
这是一个吉利的日子。
Oh, whoops. That's a typo. Heck.
脚穿鞋
请不要在室内穿鞋。
This is like a cow pen thing. Yeah. I couldn't. I have a memory block on that, so it'll be fine. Couldn't get new. Feels bad, man. Oops. Oh, sure.
条文
法律条文。
Oh, it's a piece of writing. Anyways, a clause. Yep. We're gonna have to link clause. We'll put clause together with paragraph. Gotta sort out all the grammar related stuff. They're all sorted under writing or some sort of writing at the moment.
"计算
你能准确的计算这个吗？
Or calculated or do. It's just a hamper.
其实
其实他的工作很轻松。
Like really? It's even though like actually yeah, it's fine. Oh my gosh, I have no idea. It's like stable. Oh no. Oh no, that's bad.
牛栏
牛栏里有10几头牛。
That's really bad.
报纸
我很少看报纸。
成员
他是团队的成员。
Oops, wrong tone. I forgot how to say. Oh no. I forgot how to say dirty. Oh man. I think this might be a.
随
And that's like go along with or something like that. It's like calculate, anticipate. They're all. Hmm.
“污水”
下水道里有污水。
Ah. It's fine. Wastewater is fine too. Gotta sort them out today. We're almost hitting below average for the first time in a while. Oh, wrong tone.
令
Trunks and mouth doesn't go together. So not that. I mean, the one that I think about is this, which that's. Well, I already know it's not that. Hmm. What? I don't know if I'm using pointer or a sandal. Like, I don't know if I'm using pointer or correct anymore. No chance. I think we have to retroactively change these two. That's Jiang.
神情
他的神情有点怪。
节 扮演
他扮演了一个坏人。
Oh no, that's Kokui. Huh.
衣服
他每天都穿一样的衣服。
Yeah, now we're hitting below average today. That's a below average. With this. Yeah, we're not sorting these out properly. Let's whistle. Multiple repeats on whistle. So it's got to be something with Shrek. We gotta characterize the whistling with Shrek somehow. Otherwise, it can be anything. Oops. Oh, no A. Or maybe no. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that one. Oh no, it's not. Hmm. Okay. You know, a good day. Like to throw insults or complaints. So fine.
无奈，
我无奈只能等下一班车。
刚
Or steal, I guess.
争 抬头，
他慢慢的抬头微笑。
抬头。It is to lift one's head. Okay.
鸭蛋，
鸭蛋有时比鸡蛋大。
少。超市。
我们小区有一家超市。
先锋。
他是革命的先锋。
Oops, that's the wrong tone. Mm.
循环。
城市的经济循环很活跃。
Oh no, it's not. Gotta think. Think.
仓库。
我们要清理仓库。
营。
What? Oh.
条凳。
请帮我把条凳搬过来。
What? Could have sworn that's. Wait. Hold.
绝。陈旧。
我们不应该依赖陈旧的思想。
Or outdated. Old fashioned is just a positive way of saying outdated.
蹲。猪。投诉。
旅客有投诉权。
Heck. That's wool. I think that's wool. 光明磊落。
光明磊落。
他的行为光明磊落，令人佩服。
Or just like really confident, like upright. Yeah. Okay. It's fine.
屋。坑。折。
Not again. Not like this. wait. Our谈
侃侃而谈，
老师侃侃而谈的讲解历史。
峡谷，
峡谷里有很多奇特的石头。
That's the seem, right?
策略，
他的策略非常聪明，成功了。
Like an outline, like a strategic plan outline, or like a rule strategy, yeah. What the heck? Oh, I know what that is. Okay.
凸显，
他的说话方式凸显了他的自信。
It's like to be more obvious or show clearly. Yeah, yeah. To clarify. Yeah, no, that's definitely a bold person. It's two, right? Yeah.
删掉，
请删掉这个讯息。
炸，秃子，
他是一个秃子，但非常有魅力。
娶妻，
他决定明年娶妻。
之，香，
What? What? Oh, just kidding.
《北边》
加拿大在美国的北边。
North side, the north. Like in the north. They're all good enough. What the kettle? How the kettle hill?
隔阂，
代沟是一种常见的隔阂。
Oh wait. Wait.
蓬勃，
蓬勃的青春是人生中最美好的时光。
畏惧，
我们不应该畏惧失败。
渔船，
渔船停在港口。
攀石墙，
攀石墙倒塌了。
掐，燕子，
燕子的羽毛很柔软。
Say what? Say what?
唐朝，
唐朝的科技也很发达。
经，牧民，
牧民生活在草原上。
须，
heck.
魂，
Now we're going into overtime, man. We got to.
可惜，
可惜我没看到演出。
Like doing like bless pity, but it's like a shame, right? Because of you're able to cherish it. Okay, it's fine.
习，
称长主妇。
称肠主妇，
他吃的撑场主妇，动都动不了。
What the bay? Wait, is that bay? Or is that 背道而驰？
背道而驰，
这种做法完全背道而驰于公平原则。
Right. Going against, just like going in the opposite direction, going in and running in counter.
渔民，
渔民正在修理渔网。
毛，变，
things are piling up pretty rough now. We're kind of near the critical point, so scaling up more is going to be tough, but I don't think it's required. Not pushing too much more scaling here.
巴黎，
我很想去巴黎旅行。
空袭，
昨晚城市遭到了空袭。
左，街，马桶，
这间房间有一个马桶。
堆叠，
雪花不断的堆叠在屋顶上。
四，
Ah! What? Oh.
钉子，
他踩到了一个钉子。
Heck. It's not that.
“整”，陶器，
这是一个美丽的陶器。
照，拯救，
他奉献自己拯救他人。
I just want to throw like Gwyn now.
棍，
Okay. That didn't turn out what I thought it was.
发抖，
他太紧张，以至于手都在发抖。
敞开，
教室的门一直敞开。
Or like just make wider, open wider, yeah.
胸，飞碟，
那个飞碟在天空中迅速飞行。
嫁妆，
他的嫁妆里有很多家具。
Oops. That's a typo. I went for it. That's ni.
摇晃，
这棵树被风吹得摇晃。
逆流，
逆流而行需要很大的勇气。
光碟，
我怎么读取光碟上的资讯？
停，成锅，
这些城郭已经有几百年的历史。
改嫁，
他决定不再改嫁。
扁，母，
Oh, mo is rough.
Zi,
This is rough. These are from yesterday.
我，茶匙，
你需要一茶匙的糖。
电话亭，
这个电话亭非常老旧。
What? No end.
汤匙，
汤匙在哪里？
宽敞，
新的办公室非常宽敞。
大雁，
每年秋天大雁会南飞。
俄国，
我想去俄国旅游。
Oh no. Xiao.
遮，
Oops. Typo.
乖，消，
Heck. That's not it.
Ze,
Oh, it's like slightly below average day. It's been a while since we had a slight below average day. Okay, so encountering some character scaling problems. Today we had one vocabulary word. Vocabulary is fun. Am I worried? Let's see. Guang is a little worrying. Crown. Submerged. Qian has already been a problem. Ji has already been a problem for luck. B, that's disappointing. B is definitely disappointing. Jung is on Jung. I'm not surprised for expedition. And then Xiao is already a recurring problem. It's actually a recent one. And then two things, clause and paragraph is, yeah, today is a below average day. It's been a while since that, and I can definitely tell where it's coming from though. It's winter time. What can you do? Try to stay pep. All right. So insect heart, right? Yeah. Sorry, I had another thought. Okay. Lan? La. Is it la or lan? I think it's la. Oh no, it's not actually. It looks like la. No, it's la. Oh no, it's in the basement, so I'm gonna have to change this up actually. I thought it was la, but then the mnemonic doesn't make... Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. He's not on stage, so we gotta change it up a little. This needs a little TLC. Ching. Yeah. How? Tongue. Xian? Hold. No. Xian. Okay. So I can't read the second one. And then fu tu or dai tu. And if only I can read these. It's too small. And when we zoom in, it's gonna be weird. What's jewel look like? What dye looks like? This is like waiting to get lucky. Oh, I know what it is. Okay. 说猪带说猪带不It's very bad. Neo is very bad. Nie Zhao. Trying to make sure. Are these gonna be? Yeah. That. Fabricate. No one's a problem. Die call. Die call. Zhao. Musa. Xing. Xing Xian. Qi Shui.捏饺子。令人令人捧腹，令人捧腹。小电筒。做 heck 作弊。和弦。让肉。岛屿。Okay. All right. So what do you have? You have Yugi in the house. He summoned a stupid cricket that he wants to bond with in his heart of hearts, right? We're gonna go with talking cricket. Legolas, basement, auditorium. He's got a bundle of horns that he's going to play, that he's going to use with his mouth for the play, and a bundle of sabers, elvish sabers for the play. Xena outside on the... Oh, that's not it. It's... Wait. Oh, no, that is it. On the immaculate lawn of the English Manor. Hoping that she finds a new place for the poodle and the orangutan she rescued to a rich caretaker
in the mansion. Next we got Yoshi, bathroom, auditorium. Something weird with his tooth. People didn't say anything about it. Their words. I was surprised to find out it was but a simple popcorn kernel stuck in his mouth, teeth, or his tooth. Okay. Patrick outside the barn, picking up whatever with his lack of fingers, tossing around, showing who's strong, muscular. See the weird mutant animals in the barn. Tarzan, basement, chapel. Man, sort of tired. Tarzan, basement, chapel. Hoping to look for something to make him stick out or esteemed, right? And a bunch of things like confetti and mustache. Talk about it. He's hoping that he could use it to see if he can esteem himself to the slender caretakers that took him in the chapel. Got Xena, front, pawn shop, hired to uncover any of the goods in the strength of her warrior fingers and a hoe. So that can pay off a few bills on the side. Okay. Alright, so Guang is right. No. Yeah, Guang or crown. Yeah, writing these, no problem. Unfortunate that they don't come to mind right away. Tian. Tian is unfortunate. One of the weak ones. Oh no, wait, that's tooth. How do I butler this? Oh no. Did I write tooth or do I write butler? Oh. Oh, it's right. I just realized how similar they look. Oh, that's too fat. That's really big. Let's try again. Submerge. Write something with that. Lucky. B. Let's compare. Oh no, not compare. The other. Jung. Jung is, or Jung. Jung, not Jung. 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 Expedition. Xiao. Xiao is the weakest of the sparks. Recent sparks. Then we have the 2 vocabulary words. Gonna have to throw in a bunch of them all together. So, duan luo. What do you duan luo? Is it... Uh-oh. Duan is kind of weak. Oh, sorry. That's, oh, no. I'm thinking of something else. Duan luo. I think. And Qiao Wen. That doesn't seem... Does it? No. It is. Okay. When... I'm drawing a blank. Why? Why on when? Okay. So we have paragraph, right? And clause. Yu zi. Oh no. Yu zi. Right, Ji zi. Sentence. Trying to think of something else. They have markers too, like comma, question mark. Those things are fine. An exclamation mark. I think these two are probably the weak. One's bad though. Alright, let's go look. I don't think one has any equal. It doesn't. Vocabulary is fine. Yiguan, that's kind of rough. Hoang Guan explains itself. This Goofy is in front of the pawn shop where there's a pawn shop ceremony taking place. Goofy is being crowned as the pawn. He stands on and wears a crown. In one hand is the sacred pawn. Let's do kind of like a trick. Oh. The front the pawn shop. Working as a guard doggo. Yeah. Doggo for some dollars. He wears a crown. The whole thing is a This is the one. Oh no, it's not. He wears a crown and a caliper in hand to way to be to display authority, right? Despite his gentle nature. Okay. Let's just keep moving on quite a lot. And gotta make this something more about everybody's inside the pawn shop. During the day. Looking for a special spray and help him submerge is so they waterproof when he submerged in water, go diving for some seafood to eat. Some of the shop's butlers table. Oh. As well as some sunblock spray for his to keep his pink complexion. Okay. Alright. On to luck. Luck is not much to work with. Lucky, a toy soldier that has a real functioning mouth. Sure enough, it worked. Okay. Jimmy Neutron is inside the house, working on his next genius idea. He was able to engineer a robot soldier that uses secret math stuff to tell people that is able to speak from the mouth. To offer words of luck and predictions. Using the power of science. Okay. Not to compare, but they're both B. That's why I said compare. So B. Oh, this is where he like compares. Oh, that's not bad actually. Did I? Bigfoot is in the basement of the house and on a secret way to fit in with the others. Was able to repurpose some fake human skin and wrapped it around some sandals. Give the impression having human. Okay, it's not that too far away from this. Honestly, I don't think this was a disappointment. Wasn't on point today. I don't think I'm worried. Young I am because we're using correct as opposed to a pointer. We can use both now. The sandal is what threw me off though. So James Bond is in front of the English Manor, getting the rich people ready for an expedition. He looked over all the participants and with a pointer pointed out the obvious problems, like having the correct footwear for an expedition. Sandals are not the correct type of footwear. Just pointing things out, right? Okay. Oh, whistle. So how do we get it to relate to all the other ones? Whoops. I did it again. Okay. Alright. So this group is really rough, right? Yeah, I basically went through all of them and I couldn't find whistle. Xiao and Xiao are very, very numerous. Especially Xiao. Xiao is more powerful than Xiao. Treetop whistling. Incorporate something about Shrek's mouth. Okay. Shrek. Shrek is in the bathroom. Oh, the barn. Being out a whistle. Oh, but the sparks. In the bathroom barn, he had a spark of genius, right? Had a spark of genius. He started maybe like learning washing a whistle he found. He recently acquired. And was sparked to learn how to properly whistle with his mouth. As opposed to yelling at the animals all day long. Okay. Both whistles. Maybe I can add something to Duan Luo. Because it is a new indented line. It's made with a section of text that falls away from previous sentence. Indentation. How does fall work? I think fall is my problem here. Luo, what do we have for Luo? Paragraph to fall behind. Okay, fall behind is fine. To settle. Interesting. The land. Oh, there, Alzer. Down and out. That's the opposite. Settle. Have any other characters? Okay. Mirror meaning thing doesn't really. Look at clause for a moment. Clause is a single strip of literature. I think we'll leave clause as is and have it relate to paragraph and sentence. Think of it as a hierarchy, and so one more Yao Wen and 句子. Oh, no, wait, it's the other way around, actually. There is a higher order of this too. Dang it. Go back. We'll collect them as they come. But the unit stuff, we have to organize all of them by size, shape, order, or extent, or volume, that type of thing. Like, I still need to, like, archipelago, island, islet, and then we have like canyon, ravine, gorge, or gorge, ravine, and then there's like a canal, a channel, and like a strait. There's also things like a form, a document, a piece, a writing, a composition. There's those things too. All those things are ordered in some way. That's probably what we're gonna do for those. Otherwise, I'm not gonna have a lot of nuances, so that would be the future stuff. HanziHero is just is largely gonna go with. It's gonna both of these are gonna end in the year in the halfway point of 2026, and then they're gonna be transitioning into something else. So they're gonna be in the background for like review purposes and whatnot. However, HanziHero has a dictionary thing. So what I'm probably gonna do in the future is find to engage in something that is going to be in Chinese, and we're gonna use the stuff that we notice and then come back to HanziHero and categorize them in that nuance. So the relationships are going to be built on that. Right now, there are so many things that are abstractly synonymous with each other. And that's kind of how I learned English, mostly when I was at a younger age. I acquired lots and lots of words and compartments, and it was building those relationships that made them memorable. So oftentimes I describe things in synonyms and antonyms out of context, and then discover them in context with the idea that I can construct between them, right? So whenever I see a word out, like say lucky, well, lucky can be expressed in many different ways, like 祥, as opposed to 吉, for auspicious, right? So right now we have at least 4 or 5 times as many synonyms without any nuances. So then we can try to organize all of them. Organize like, oh, this feels, what feels little, but slightly more than little, but average, but slightly larger than average, and then like big but not gigantic. That kind of thing is what I'm largely focused on now. Some of today was a little bit unfortunate. My schedule keeps shifting a little too late lately, largely because of other things happening in the background. Have to be a little bit more rested. Today it seems like fatigue, in my opinion, is taking a little bit of toll. Zhang, we knew Zhang's, I know so many half things today, which is not great. 7 to 10 half things is like slightly below average, which is a telltale sign that I'm not resting as well as because I didn't change anything remarkably about the last finish line things. We're in the quote unquote, I don't think I'm gonna change too much more about how I interact with the programs, right? So WaniKani and HanziHero is not going to change that much more. I think the routine that is placed, how to troubleshoot, how to expand, how to plug up holes, are good enough to make it. And now we're looking forward to implementing the next year's worth of stuff. This year turned out to not engage in most of there are a lot of things that didn't make it. Like I was supposed to start doing some AI related thing with Chinese as a way to experiment and construct things from the other perspective, where you take the things you learn and then mechanically try to put them all together. That didn't happen this year, nor did Spanish, right? Spanish, we got to lead in on Spanish in a more subtler way because the volume is still too high. However, by mid 2026, right, these guys are going to go to the background. So we're going to start rebuilding, or not really rebuilding, but gaining more experience constructively using them, as opposed to practicing and reviewing this stuff. One thing when I'm doing all of this is that this stuff is the harder, in my opinion, personally, this stuff is harder than all the other things that are to follow, like playing video games, watching stories unfold and have paragraphs of context. They're technically the easier way to do things, and I tend to agree with people about that, immersion and all that. Cue your hot takes. However, personally for myself, it's not engaging when you make things very easy. It's more engaging, and you learn more about your critical thinking skills and problem solving skills when you are forced to have to do things. That I don't do this stuff for efficiency, I do this stuff for problem solving. So it will feel like the weights are off, or when you every time I go to watch a show or something, it's not like I'm doing any of this. Most of this stuff it'll fill in the gaps on its own when you're
like watching TV shows and reading books and listening to people talk. All of this stuff fills in those things. Now, for me, I'm going to be focusing on other things when we do those things. It's about creating bigger things. So usually my mindset is elsewhere. I want to go beyond the content. So when we start playing video games, it's going to tie in with all of this. So the stuff that I've been working on for fun, like how to create mnemonics and constructing radical things and looking at relationships, that is going to be part of the playing video games and stuff. It's not like a stepping stone to be forgotten situation. You know how people talk about justifies the ends to a mean, like, oh, what's the fastest way to learning or becoming fluent in Chinese? Listen and imitate people's Chinese and whatnot, right? That skips a lot of steps that I'm interested in. It doesn't help other people's goals, like, so they don't do it. Like this stuff, looking at patterns and looking at pronunciation, seeing and feeling radicals, carrying sounds and whatnot, and meaning, that's fun to me. That's very interesting to me. That's kind of like being interested in etymology of a word in order to make it memorable. You're not gonna see it in natural discussion, right? Like someone's not just gonna randomly stop you and say, oh, you know what's interesting about Zheng? There are other 7 Zhengs like that, and then Zheng, the correct radical, actually carries a lot of the sound most of the time, like this one and that one, A, B, and C. That's interesting to me. So when we're talking about memorable things and going into consuming video games and hearing dialogues, I'm gonna bring most of this with me. It's not a waste of time for me because it makes everything more interesting. Constantly getting baited by people who say like, oh, well, this is the most important thing. It's like, yeah, it's the most important thing to you, right? And if you're coming by and say, oh, this should be the most important thing to you, I'm like, that's you're projecting a little bit too hard there, Chief. Like, I get that it's important to you, but first suggest it, not tell it. Like, tell someone, oh, this is the most interesting thing about the language. It's native speech. I mean, it is important, but I disagree it's the most important thing. If you really want to believe it, then it can become the most important thing. Did someone do that recently? No, not recently. It's gonna happen once we reset the things. Like the moment it's going to happen is when the New Year's rolls around and I do my introduction to Boon Pro, and then we have like a title. The Boon Pro would be like day 1 of Boon Pro. Then you'll probably see this happen again, because usually people don't have continuations of skills. They typically view things in a void. So like the whole digression about looking at things compartmentalized, they don't see, like, in my opinion, is very common, not good or bad, but it's efficient to compartmentalize a lot of things. So whenever I start over again, which every new year, this is the stuff I think about most of the time, getting ready for these questions, getting ready for these comments. It started when I started WaniKani. It started when I started Duolingo. It's independent of what things are. Like when you start a new game, it'll still be the same. Typically someone comes by and they view people in a void. So the moment you start playing a game, like say day 1 of Persona, or actually the first game we're going to play next year is Like a Dragon Kiwami 3, and the first question they're going to ask is, oh, do you play any other Like a Dragon games? It's like, did you know? And it would be something that is inferring that
what their important is. And then, you know, I would politely say things like, oh yeah, I have played the game. What is your favorite game? Like, what do you remember about it? So that's kind of the idea. And language learning is going to continue to be like that. So when we start Spanish again, like next year, at least a half year, we're going to pick up wherever we left off in Spanish. That's going to come up again. And I'm ready for that. The idea here is to consistently focus on what makes things interesting. And you're going to get many things like, why does it matter that you're doing this? It seems like it's an overcomplicated way of doing things. It's like, I know. And ironically, that's the point. Because for myself, when it's not about making it as easy as possible, it's making it as hard as possible. If you give me something that makes something easy, then I will replace it with something that's hard. As in, the easier a tool makes something, I encourage myself to do as much as I can, because otherwise I would get bored too. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, this is tedious makes it sound like you're just doing it because you're doing it. You're no longer interested in growth. It's tedious because you think you already know it and it's too easy, and it's diminished return. So I try to keep that in mind most of the time when I'm doing this. And we're kind of getting to that point. WaniKani is being treated that way because Boom Pro. I have to make room for Boom Pro. So the way I'm doing my routine now for WaniKani is much faster. I'm doing less of certain things, like less mnemonic building. HanziHero is staying like this because it's incredibly taxing. It's like pushing me to the edge. If I never make a mistake and I never have problems with things, then I usually move on, or like not move on in a sense of I want to move beyond this. I have to do more, think more constantly, a little by little, because I want to grow in the process of doing this. Doing the same thing over and over again is going to not necessarily make you stop doing something. It's actually going to make you consistently do it. The thing is, it can get boring and it can get tedious. So whenever I get to do this last part is actually one of my favorite parts. So lessons, obviously learning is one of my favorite parts. And then this part where I correct things, like look for relationships and stuff. Because all the other stuff is, they're not going to change. Like, you get something right, you get it right for the 100th time, the 1000th time, it's not going to really dramatically transform. It's maintenance, right? Kind of like drinking water. Water can only get so interesting if you're doing the act. But every so often, I don't know, go add a little bit of flavor to it. Like, put lemon in your water. That's kind of what I mean by that. And I am only ever enjoying myself when it is like that. So you could also argue, well, then how do you work a job, right? Like, a job forces you to do the same thing. I don't. I get the job done, but I constantly want to do better at the job. So the interesting thing that I've been having problems communicating with newer people nowadays, or younger people, is that their boredom is in conflict with their seeking of ease. So on the one hand, they believe there are things, they want efficiency on the one hand. So efficiency, like from the get-go, tries to ease the process. So while they're optimizing for ease, they are also getting bored faster, and things are becoming tedious faster. So there's like this constant balancing problem between appreciating doing things because it's hard, and because it's hard, it's slow, right? And balancing that with it being fast enough so they don't get demotivated. So motivation and boredom has become a conflict of interest. To seek motivation, they need fast and rapid acquisition, so that comes with ease. Seeking that makes things boring quickly and tedious because they are no longer engagingly interesting anymore. You are learning less. So over time, the volume needed to achieve that reward of satisfactory progress become so small that in the beginning it's appreciated really well, but then immediately when it comes to a month, that progress feels so distant. It feels so small. The increments are so small. Because when you're doing something easy and you normalize it being as easy as possible, so you're consistently looking for easy as possible things, then your growth is easiest to come by. So the aspect and the reward of delayed gratification is gone. Like, it's not appreciated. And for myself, that's how I keep it going, right? Like, each day I have to be at the edge of what I can do. And right now I am currently at the edge. Like, my eyes are like kind of heavy the last couple days. It's because I've been like chatting and doing other things for much longer periods. So whenever I have time, I'm always trying to occupy my time, try to do things so that it can remind me that the easiest stuff is rewarding too, and it's also balanced out by the long-term things. And I'm really excited for next year, right? Boom Pro is in 3 days. I've already sort of in 4 days. Well, not including today, it would be 3 days. And I've already sorted out my opening opinions about Boom Pro. Like, I do like a day one kind of opening impressions, opinions, and decision making for Boom Pro and how that's going to fit in. And HanziHero is going to move into a different phase. It's going to move into a dictionary phase. So right now, one of the things that HanziHero kind of sort of is not, it's a limitation of how much information has been used and like it for Kevin. So we're in the HSK 7 through 9 phase. This is where anything beyond HSK 7 to 9 is to find vocabulary to reflect the characters is we're getting to a point of personal preference. So like specific words like magic wand and what do you use for magic wand in English? For Chinese, I can think of multiple ways to do magic wand because of the characters. So we're properly in where I thought. It's actually ahead of what I thought. I thought I wouldn't get to this group down here until next year. But we turns out that somewhere around here, vocabulary becomes like less and less, and then they was pushing characters. So like we're pushing lots of characters without any point of association, and that's how I learn most of the time. I learn through association. So that's the future. That's what HanziHero is going to do. I'm not technically adding anything specifically other than using a function of HanziHero, which is the dictionary. We can mine the dictionary that is associated with HanziHero, and we can add those vocabulary words to the rotation. So that's kind of what we're gonna go and do next year for the first half of the year to complement that. In terms of grammar, we're already set with grammar for Chinese, largely because Mandarin is a mother language, and so Boom Pro is covering that gap for Japanese, since Japanese is not one of mine. And then Spanish is even further along, so that's why it's like not existent in this year. It was in the beginning. We tried to balance it, but the workload was a little too much. Spanish is even further along. Like, it has fundamentals already going. That's interesting. The rating system for HSK is a little more like wider than JLPT in the way it's structured. So these things are like miscellaneous things. Here, all of these things should be intact. I was gonna do some AI thing. What you decided what level you'll start at? We start from the beginning. It's always from the beginning. Yeah, complacency. I'm using Boom Pro not for its context, or its not for its content. It's for what it is. Like, we're studying Boom Pro, like how they organize structures and what their methodology is. It's always from the beginning. Content is not a determining factor, or like I could care less if they started with like simple sentences. That's the whole point of it. So the level is 0. You start from the beginning, much like every textbook, every novel. Like when you're reading a novel, right, or a textbook, if you know the stuff, I still don't skip the stuff. Understanding why the textbook includes this information, how they arrange it, is where I get most of my engagement. Kind of like skipping over things that you already know, that kind of thing. I don't typically participate in that. It's what makes my rigor a little bit, in my opinion, that's the trade-off of time that I use, that other people wouldn't use. I don't skip things because it's interesting to know how people and other people introduce foundations and whatnot. I don't skip things that I know. I'm looking at things that other people know and how they present the information. So that's how I keep interested in other people, right? If you say hello to someone and you're like, oh, I already know what this guy's gonna say, it makes you less interested in it. That behavior is transferable from the way internet works a lot of times. Like, you look at a flashcard, it's like, I already know this information. You flip it, you go, and I'll ask the person, do you remember any of the details of that flashcard? They're gonna make it up. As in, they're gonna tell me their version, and then we're gonna go look back at that card, and it's probably not gonna capture the nuance of that card. So that's pretty much a great way to test yourself if you want. If someone wants to teach me how to walk, I would probably start from the beginning. Not because I know how to walk, but I want to know what they think is important in the process of walking. That's probably a more in-depth answer to the stuff like playing a video game. I don't skip the tutorial. I'm actually genuinely curious how they tutorialize the standardizations of their game mechanic. It's important to me because that's how people teach and explain fundamentals. If you skip those things, constantly skip them, then you're relying on the idea that you're strictly thinking that it's the best, the correct version is the version you remember, which is a good way to save time. Myself, I'm using Boom Pro because I'm genuinely curious how Boom Pro introduces grammar. My original way, which I will do during Boom Pro, by the way, I'm gonna use sentence diagramming. So when Boom Pro is teaching me whatever, you know, how I have no idea how they're gonna do it. My point of reference is Tofugu, like an article written in Tofugu, which that's not structured in the way I doubt it's gonna be like Boom Pro. And the way I learned grammar for multiple languages before all of this was either through intuition, which is immersion-based stuff, right? Like you learn by repetition through exposure, and also in school by formal structural diagramming and like using pattern recognition to create grammar. And you might, like, some people will say, well, that is grammar. Grammar is pattern. It's telling you the pattern. That's different because one grammar is explaining the patterns to you. You can discover patterns by looking at examples. So now I'm kind of curious how BoomPro goes about it, because I like coming up with the patterns and pseudo patterns based on my own experience as I'm learning the patterns and telling and being told what the patterns are. Like, oh, subject, verb, object, subject, object, verb. Sure, that's fine. Being able to internalize it is like, oh, hey, the convenience of subject, object, verb is that the weight is different. It is distributed differently when you're going to do the process of conjugating into a Japanese sentence. That is what I'm looking for. So I'm curious how BoomPro is going to do it. Looking at the cast of BoomPro, sorry, not the cast, but the developer group, it looks like it's a mixed group, and they are all currently residing out of Osaka, right? So it'll be interesting to see what a mixed group, and the content writers look like there were 3 content writers for BoomPro, or content organizers, and they look like an eclectic bunch. So it'll be interesting if I can see the foreigner in it, as well as the maybe what I consider as the Japanese-like in it from a foreigner's perspective. So that's probably the very long answer to that. We start from the beginning. It'll go relatively quick. My learning curve is fairly short because of that, so I like learning about learning, and I like seeing how people teach different subject. Otherwise, I would get poorer and poorer at helping people with starting things. I think the last goal of mine, the biggest goal, is that is being able to get people to start things, because that's what teaching is. What you decided? Oh no, sorry. That's what sorry, I read that comment again. So the idea now is we're gonna keep it's not gonna be that long. It's disproportionate. Like, we still have to catch up with Duolingo, right? Duolingo's Japanese course has even further expanded, and then the Chinese course in Duolingo, which technically I reached the end, and then now it's double the length. So we go back, we see what they did, what they changed, maybe something's changed. All of those things, in my opinion, will be in my toolbox. So one day when someone says, I want to learn a language, but I don't want to rely on automation, where do I start? Then I have lots of ideas. So when I ask the person certain questions, I can be quote unquote experienced enough to kind of find out or fill out different things. Obviously, without this experience, it would be very limited. If I'm learning something, I'm learning to have transferable skills to learning them. If I restrict myself to a specific way of learning, and then always cumulatively avoid rehashing, quote unquote rehashing, or reinventing the wheel, as some people would say, it would make me less and less dynamic. So then I would end up being the very thing that I tend to critically, like constructively help people with. Like, someone can tell you, oh, this doesn't work for me. If you're someone who relies specifically on a technique that's dependent on content, then you will probably say, well, if it doesn't work for you, that's your fault. It worked for me. So, or something like, oh, I'm sorry. I actually started WaniKani with I was in N3 when I started WaniKani, so your mileage may vary, but I pretty much did this jerry rigging thing, so I skipped to N3 stuff. And then you have that classical comment where later down the road you're gambling, you either have gaps, so you go back to patch those gaps. That's perfectly viable, right? A lot of people do that. They assume that they know certain things, so they go back and patch those gaps as they go. For me, it's this way, this way, this way. It's always this one to the end. The time I save is the time I use to innovate or to accumulate experiences in the beginning. So this process, this part gets shorter and shorter, like starting new things, starting new techniques, answering new problems, and coming up with methodology is through the use and exposure of constantly starting from the beginning, right? And that is the time that I have chosen to quote unquote sacrifice for my mastery. So when someone says like, oh, but if you start where you left off, then you would get more done. Usually the reality is that's not true. Because if you start where you left off, it takes exponential amount of time to see a relative amount of progress. That's not to say that that relative amount of progress is going to be insignificant. It's super significant, like to those people. So that little edge that you have, all the small time that you have to advance your context, like your content specialization, remember that it takes a really long time, and that's what makes it matter. It takes a really long time. However, that also means that the reality is when I start from the beginning, it takes me even relatively less time to get back to where I was. So instead of focusing on the same stuff of getting back to where I was, I focus on refining the beginning. So every time I think about starting a new thing, it's an opportunity to see what I can do that is different from what BoomPro can do. So while learning how BoomPro does things, I am not focusing on the content anymore. So like it's gonna be review, like the vocabulary, the basic grammar is gonna be review, but I'm not spending my time looking for those things. I'm looking and paying attention to the thing that I'm interested in, which is why I'm interested in how BoomPro presents grammar information. And that helps me develop my teaching skills or my explainer skills. So all of the stuff that I'm technically taking advantage of already have done WaniKani. And when I was learning WaniKani, or like learning with WaniKani, I was leveraging all my Duolingo experience. Like most of the early like 3 or 4 months was all Duolingo content. So instead of focusing specifically on the content itself, I was focusing very specifically on how WaniKani creates their mnemonic system. So I knew the mnemonic system, and then the last like part of the years, I turned that mnemonic system into something I can use for the future. And that's kind of the principle of all of this. It's not interesting if I'm being told what to do, and it's not really interesting if I make it based on content. Content is not interesting because it's not functional. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't have any application. Memorizing things and recognizing things, being reinforced, like reaffirmed, like, oh, hey, I know that water is H2O again, or I could skip over water is H2O because I already know it. That's what you should do if you're content based. Like, you don't have to be reminded what water is in H2O. What I'm interested in is, how does someone else describe to me what H2O is. That's my favorite part about talking to people, using their products. I'm curious how they go about thinking about it. The ultimate goal in my purpose is that the more I understand how other people present content, it gives me a lot of tools to help other people learn this content. Because if one way to present the content sucks, then you can't help that person. So even the most stubborn people who have an excuse for like 6 or 7 things, like, oh yeah, well, I can't just sit here and memorize vocabulary if I need vocabulary. All right, well, let's think of a different way. I've synthesized a lot of ways to acquire memory. So, or deep processing or association, all these techniques came from doing the beginning over and over again. How do I get better at starting things over and starting from the beginning? It's actually because I've done it a lot of times. It's fascinating, in my opinion, to ask people about fundamentals when they say they know them. Like when they're playing a video game, I often find it really humorous to ask them like, so you're solving this puzzle, right? In Resident Evil, for example, you're solving this puzzle. How are you going about doing that? And they're like, well, and it would take them a while because they haven't done it in a long time. Like, oh, you know, you look at this and you look at this and then it just makes sense. And I'm like, how does it make sense? Can you explain to me how to make sense? What happens if it doesn't make sense? Like, I don't know. I just go look up the answer. That's kind of where we're going with this. Oftentimes, the comments that I get when they talk about trying to start something, it's like, I don't know how to start something. It's really hard. Like, but you started something before, haven't you? You play a new video game like every 3 days. You decided on a new show to watch every 5 days. What has changed? And that's usually where I'm getting at. It's a balance, obviously. Don't start something new every single time. But for myself, for this particular purpose, I have decided we're going to start Boom Pro from the beginning, because I have never learned grammar this way before. I haven't ever learned, by the way, I've never, like, this is the first time, if I had to be honest with myself, the first time I've ever used something like a flashcard system. Like, I remember when I was younger, people had these index cards, right? They call these index cards in the United States anyways. And they're flipping through them like, I don't understand. How does that help? I actually never used flashcards until now. So last year, kind of like last year-ish, like now it's 2 years, including this year. It was the first time I've ever extensively used the idea of repetition this way. And I still don't, by the way. Like when I was using Duolingo, when you're repeating the same sentence, I'm not repeating the same sentence. I mean, I'm mechanically entering those sentences again, but over like the course of a year, I rarely ever do the same thing from day one. Like what I mean is, you get the answer and that's all you do. Like, get the answer. Okay, you got the answer. That's not going beyond the tool. You're not introducing any part of you in it. So it's dull, it's tedious, it's not charming. And when it's easy, it's most definitely tedious, boring, and not charming. So anything can become trivialized, boredom, and tedium. So I don't sit there, in my opinion, personally, I don't sit there waiting to be entertained. I rack my brain around and see what more I can do with it. So Boom Pro is going to go the same way, which is what I'm going to say and talk about in my day ones. All my day one videos summarize the decisions, all the facts. I break it down. I always start with the facts. So the facts are all my previous experiences that already exist. The decision, which is slightly subjective, the decision with like a bit of archetype, and then the last portion of the summary is going to be what am I looking forward to, or like what am I going to implement, what are the things that are going to iterate on, because by the time I get to like the 100 days in Boom Pro, I would probably start sentence diagramming, despite already assuming, like I'm basically presuming these things, unlikely that Boom Pro will have sentence diagram webs and like kind of translational English universal things that I find very useful. Like, so we're already going to do associations, antonyms, synonyms, mind webbing, and sentence diagramming. So like brackets, shorthands, all of that stuff is going to happen while we use Boom Pro. And it's going to get more and more elaborate as time goes. And then when we finish, it's going to be streamlined, as in you will probably not see me do them anymore. So like when I'm doing my WaniKani exercises, I'm not going through the steps I'm not going through the steps in a literal way anymore, because I've done it so much that it's efficient now. And this is very similar. Like eventually HanziHero is just going to be me entering the words, and a lot of things are happening, but I'm not demonstrating anything anymore because I'm liberating the time to do something else. So I used to, at the beginning of HanziHero, I used to like take 4 times as much time to do the same steps, and now I'm doing much less. WaniKani is like going really fast because we have to squeeze in Boom Pro, and then Boom Pro is going to be the long things. So it's going to be long digressions about, so this adjective is kind of like a present participle that I think we can put it here and there. So it's going to be really fun. I'm looking forward to it. New things are, how can you not be interested in like learning how other people learn? Like, that's a rhetoric. I know other people are not interested in it. I've been very clearly demonstrated that the vast majority of people online do not care about how other people learn things. They only care when they have a problem that another person can solve, or hopefully solve, without understanding where that comes from. So like when someone asks me, how do you form a habit, Maku? You said you were gonna start last year with WaniKani, and now we're 4 days away from the year of WaniKani, and how'd you do it? And what they're looking for is an explanation, right? And that's probably what I'm going to try to work on. However, I know for reasonable odds that that person will not be able to comprehend what I'm saying until they manage to do it. Like, until they can do it. You think there's a lot of demand of content around learning methods? You've seen a lot in language learning, specifically since you started. Yeah, so in turn, there's a lot of learning methods. Yes, I agree. There's a lot of demand for learning methods. But they're talking about the method itself, not the construction of the method. So there are a couple very notable people who talk about constructing methods, like the act of creating methodology, not the method itself. So there's a lot of demand for the method, as in the final product, not the act of creating the method. So like breaking down a method, like the analyses of a method. So that's what I'm interested in. And in order to present methods to other people, I must understand how the methods work to begin with. So when someone's using Anki and you ask them to explain Anki, they would say something like, oh, it's a method of space repetition, and the idea is it tells you the optimal spacing that when you are about to forget something. It's like, that's not how SRS works. Like what I mean by that is that doesn't tell me how SRS works. You described the methods. You didn't describe the principles and how it was constructed and how that determines it. Like, there is a lack of understanding of the details. The reason why I say that is because when you remove Anki from that person's life and try to apply that same principle to other things, they're unable to reproduce it. Like, they didn't learn the method, they acquired the method itself. So then when they acquired the method, it's no longer transferable to anything else. They didn't develop any critical thinking skills or problem solving skills to use that learning to go somewhere else. Like, what is the connection between, if anybody tries to remove Anki from your life, they're going to have a bad time. So hear me out, James. You shouldn't have to choose. So it's nice that, what I mean is, if you're not angry and you're happy with how that's done, that's good. The only reason I'm bringing this up are for people who are unhappy. So like, for example, someone comes up to me, this has happened multiple times. It's like, wait, why is Duolingo such garbage? Why can't it be as good as Anki? Right? That would be a comment. And then they're like, oh man, now I can't seem to learn anything without Anki, for example. And the difference is that you can still transfer everything into Anki and do that thing and achieve a result you want. But this person is unhappy that other things can't be Anki. That's different. What I see is, well, other things can be Anki. Anki is like a set of learning principles, and those principles can be extracted and applied to other things. The difference here is the person is attaching the method because they don't comprehend the method. So they can't see how Anki is applied to other things, and it could be called something else. A habit is part of Anki. Like, one of the SRS is a version of habit formation. There's a huge connection between forming a habit and what Anki does, what SRS does, right? Space repetition isn't only space repetition. It is habit formation. When you repeat in action and it comes with a stimuli outcome afterwards, and then you repeat that over a duration of your time and it reinforces the habit, that is SRS. Like, that's a connection you can make between SRS. So how can you make running into Anki? For example, it would be a demonstration to me of a demand for learning, not a demand for methods. So one is process oriented, the other one is results oriented. When you see someone's methodology and you copy it to produce a result, that's not understanding the methodology. It's understanding how to use and apply, like a tool, like a work. Like, I can't tell you how a smartphone works. I legitimately can't. I can tell you what you can use a smartphone to do, though. Like, for example, someone can't explain to me how ChatGPT works, but they can most certainly use ChatGPT to do something else. So that's downstream. Most of these things are downstream. And in the end of the day, if you are happy with what your level of understanding is, there's no problems. Like, I have no problems at all with that. When someone says, oh yeah, I extract using this plugin all the sentences, then I reframe everything into my workflow that I've already established that I'm satisfied with. That is awesome, because this person that has a workflow already have the necessary amount of critical thinking and problem solving skills in order for them to have a workflow that is substantial enough and complex enough to be adaptive to most of their life problems. Let's rewind it back. Before you get to that, like the process of getting to that point, we are now talking about people who have to get to that point. So they don't have that experience. So now they would say things like, why is it so hard to plan my time, my free time? Then we have a problem, right? So how do you go about it? Because they would say something like, well, I don't, like I asked this before and that person barely even answered anything. They probably just glossed over it. I asked them, why are you so consistent at playing Wordle? Or why are you so consistent at giving me Wordle prompts? And their response was very clear and obvious and quick. It's because I set it up to automatically notify myself. I'm like, I asked you why, not how it's happening. But even if you say how, it still doesn't really explain if you know how it's working for you. Like, because all of that gets lost, right? Like, what is important about, sometimes I would ask someone, like, why do you play Wordle? You didn't set it up to auto notify, but anyway, doesn't really matter. That's the whole point. Mika, do you think so? Like, why do you play Wordle then? And I wasn't talking about you, by the way. You're inferring something. So try not to assume. You kind of skipped over that it's not you that I'm referring to. So MC problems. You're not the main character in this. So be careful. But anyways, right? I could do the same thing. I wasn't talking about you. I asked you why you play Wordle. I didn't ask you how you are so consistent at Wordle. That's another person's question. But I bet you can't even answer that if I had to be really forward with you. So please don't assume like you think you know what I'm talking about. Anyways, so that's exactly what I mean. So is that the only possibility that you thought about? That you're the only one that plays Wordle? Because you're not the only one that plays Wordle. I have to be really direct with you. Lots of people use Anki. Lots of people have a high demand for learning methods. So anecdotally, if you're able to so easily think that you're the only one that does these things, then that's what I mean by completely always focusing on yourself. It's up to you to decide, and the responses you get will be either according to your expectations or not, right? And for the record, when I ask someone how do they remember to play Wordle or do Duolingo, it's because they're auto notified for those things. That's one of the general responses. In order to schedule things is because you have to do those things. How do you remember to go to class? Because it is already scheduled for you. That is auto notification. If you want to go and gaslight me and try to tell me that that's not a form of auto notification, that's your prerogative. Your obligations are your auto notifications. The alarm that you had, you must have had someone else asking that one. A few people ask very similar questions. They do. And if you learn why they ask those similar questions, you might be able to remember who asked it.
That's an example. Like notifications, here's my double-edged sword for notifications. If you need to be notified to do something, then ultimately that's not very important to you. Like, the more you have to be notified to do something, the less important it is, in my opinion. Now, that doesn't mean it doesn't make you happy, right? Like, a pro call, I think, asked me, or actually, Mika, you might have asked me as well, how do I get up in the morning, right? Do I get up before my alarm, or do I set an alarm? Pro call specifically asked me if I set an alarm, and I said, I do set an alarm, sometimes. Right now, I'm not obligated to set an alarm, right? But do I continue to wake up at the same time? The answer is yes. I do continue to wake up at the same time. Obligations and notifications operate in some way. Do you understand what they do for you and why they do for you? Because if you don't, that's exactly what I mean. You can learn the method of staying on time, but you cannot appreciate why they work and how they work and what they do for you. You can learn through a method without ever understanding how the method works, right? Someone can say, oh yeah, comprehensible input, I plus 1, like that's easy enough. Just make it semi harder than you can. But what does that mean in practice? So whenever someone goes and adapt that and use it, it will become clear, hopefully, sort of, clear to them when they think about the principles behind the method. If you don't, that's perfectly fine, as long as it doesn't upset you. When someone gets upset and they say they suck at time management, like for example, Mika, this is very specific to what we said, record keeping. Whenever someone says, I don't know how I'm going to manage my time, or do you have any suggestions on how I can tackle this thing that takes a very long time? And then I would say record keeping. And then someone, that same person may say something like, I don't understand. What is the point of record keeping? I'm like, that is the point of record keeping. Like, you asked me for a suggestion about how to improve on time management, record keeping. And that would be the end of the discussion. But that doesn't solve a lot of things, because that means that I did the same thing that people on the internet would want to do. As in, they just simply want a name of the method, repeat those steps, and believe that it'll work. And that's something that goes back to Boom Pro again. I want to know more. I want to understand more of that, because if I go around and someone says, how do I make my life better? Get better at life. That's a method. It's called get better at life. And that sucks, in my opinion. That is a sucky explainer. It doesn't explain much. Like when someone comes up to me and say, hey dude, in order to be fluent in Japanese, you got to immerse in real Japanese. And my first thought is, okay, real Japanese. Let's spend some time, a couple months, trying to figure out the average, or like a archetype of what constitutes as real Japanese, because I need to understand the concept of real Japanese before I actually understand what that person said. Like when someone tells you, oh, what's immersion? Oh, immersion is like watching anime, but not using subtitles. Okay, all right, we're gonna go and do that. We're gonna go and watch anime and turn off the subtitles. Now what do I do? Did you understand anything? Did you learn anything from that? Like when someone described to you what to do, and then you do it and you're like, I don't understand. Like how does this work? Like what is supposed to happen when you do this?
So that to me is what it's like for the demand of content around learning methods. People want to be told what to do, but not explain how it works, or even try to explain and then understand it in your own words what the explanation actually means. And I think that is where most people begin. The YouTube channel Comprehensible Input Japanese, you think is pretty outstanding examples how to effectively teach with the method. I am already familiar with Comprehensible Input Japanese, and I think it's a pretty good source for explaining how. And I think it's okay with encouraging people on doing those things. I know I'm familiar with Comprehensible Input, but Comprehensible Input Japanese is motivated by explaining. It's not motivated, in my opinion, by encouraging use or application. So it's still great as a primer to learn, to be able to gain knowledge about things. I don't think it is what I'm speaking about right now, but it is a great source for like information. It's not talking about learning. I'm sorry. I put my foot down. It's not talking about learning. It's explaining things. Like Comprehensible Input is clearly about effectively explaining things through teaching. So it is teaching something. Yeah, it's a great source to learn. It's a great source to learn information from. So like the different graded storytelling, use of pictures, and I think that's great. That they give a lot of examples. I don't think it explains why and how those things work, and then encourage people to do those things. Like what is the point of what is the different point of gradedness? Like how do you evaluate the gradedness yourself? How does storytelling create a sense of storytelling that is internalized? And how do you internalize storytelling in order to create a habit around storytelling, in order to wield that, not being dependent on the person providing the information? It's not that it's bad. They have different purposes. Comprehensible Input has a very specific purpose in mind, and it achieves that really well. I don't really watch it that much. I know that a lot of people raised that channel quite a bit, and it's not interesting as interesting to me to try to have someone explain all these things to me. That's my personal prerogative, right? And others, that's actually kind of what they are looking for. Like in my opinion, that's what most people are looking for. I defer people to Comprehensible Input Japanese, much like you're saying now, because I think it fits what they want. It's good. It's very appropriate for what they want. And being able to understand what the person wants is the starting point, right? If someone says, I want to be able to manage my time, and you say, well, a channel would be this channel about their methodology to time management that you can follow step by step. Like, well, yes, it would give them it's a great source for them to get a method or an approach that may or may not work. And once they stop using that approach, then they will have time management problems again. Like, that's the attraction, right? You don't have to come up with a method. You don't have to troubleshoot or do methods. If someone already came up with a method for you to use, it saves time. It's very efficient. I do that when I have to do a job. Like, I do that when I have a deadline to meet. Like, I do that when I'm not interested in coming up with something. So I would say Comprehensible Input Japanese is a great source to extract information or an approach that then you can combine it with other approaches to develop your own approach. That's what I would probably watch comprehensible input Japanese for. I wouldn't watch it for the content because I believe the content is everywhere. Like, you can do all of these methods because you understand those methods, and you can do it without the dependency of any particular channel. So you can do storytelling with anything. Like, you can storytell about your walk today and then learn the memories and the associations with that. There are very prominent principles that line every channel that does all these methods. And acquiring a lot of methods may help you comprehend what are the fundamentals of all these methods. Like, what does comprehensible input Japanese have something to do with other comprehensible methods, right? All those methods seem like they might be different, but they're not as different as one might think. They can still be believed to be different because the person may look at it as different things. Like, I don't think CI, the application of CI in general, any channel with CI doesn't have relatable things that make them great sources to learn from. The information itself is not going anywhere either because that's Japanese oriented, right? That's like it's information. So I do agree though that the person who works on it, I'm not sure how many people work on comprehensible Japanese. I know there's a face to like a or a voice or kind of like a representative of it, but I don't know how it's curated and edited. There might be more than one person, right? Different in interest, right? Different in interest. I do agree with the whole like graded storytelling, use of pictures and gestures, synonyms, antonyms. That's, in my opinion, not necessarily what makes comprehensible input Japanese channel great. It's great because it has a lot of attempts to expose people to the information about learning. But not after that, not the application or comprehension of it. They added a lot of more people over the last years and different kinds. They've been doing lots of Let's Play content recently, which you've really enjoyed. That's wonderful. Let's Play content is awesome. Hear me out. Like, I haven't... Yeah, I might be a little bit unfairly, like, generalizing for this because I do want to be clear. I didn't watch everything. Like, I didn't look through their entire channel. I look through it every once in a while when someone brings it up. So whenever someone brings it up, I'll look through it again. Or like, I'll look through some of the stuff and then pick a couple. The Let's Play content is great if they're using their methods and showing it happening as it's going. That would be awesome. Like, that's what I would say is super fascinating. So whenever someone demonstrates their methodology and show how their methodology either evolved or come to pass by addressing how their methodology is being applied to many things like playing video games, reading books and whatnot, that sounds awesome. Like, I think that is something that is invaluable for other people right now. And when I mean for other people, I mean those who are upset that they feel like they don't have any choices. Like, so Mika came up, textbooks. A lot of times the topic of textbooks come up, not just with Mika, but like people who talk about like Nihongo, like Mina, Mina no Nihongo, and like the Genki textbook and whatnot. How someone approaches the textbook is what will tell me if they have a lot of transferable skills. Oftentimes, the first thing someone would say is, oh, this is a good one. I saw a YouTube short because I talk about learning a lot. My phone like listens to it, so I get YouTube videos about learning. There was a repost of a TikTok video on YouTube Shorts. Double posting happens. I don't have a TikTok account, so most of the time I see TikToks from YouTube. It was 3 tips. This person, I think, looks like a Chinese person, or they were doing Chinese things, and they gave 3 tips. First tip: you read a book for its gist, then you write down what you remember, and then you read the book again, or you read the textbook again, and then I'll repeat the process. And my first thought was, what? Like, you could do more than that, right? Like, I don't see that's what I mean. That's particularly what I mean. Like, it is made to sound easy, right? It's very approachable, but if you're the least bit experienced, you will be wondering, it can't, like, that doesn't explain anything. Like, what are you, like, what is actually happening? So you read the book, and your first thought is, what if you just don't remember anything? What do you do then? That would be like my first comment, because the vast majority of people is like, what if you don't actually read the book? Or like, what if you can't even read the whole thing and you keep skipping around? There's so many things that simplification of that quote-unquote method has happened online. So when you see it demonstrating, like, okay, my TikToker, YouTube friend person who thinks that they're, by the way, millions of views on that short, like millions of views, right? So it has exposure. Maybe most of them are Chinese, I have no idea. Millions of views. So this person, like, this person post anything that show them doing it and then explaining all the hurdles or attempting to look at how that's refined? Because all I can tell you is, if you get someone to read a book, write down what they think, and then read it again and look for something else that they don't remember and write it down again, does that work? Like, does that improve over time? Does that enable a person to build on itself? Does it have room for improvement intuitively? No, it doesn't. It basically, it's like, do Anki, like, do your flashcards and quote unquote trust the process, right? If you don't understand the process, trusting it may get you lucky. You might get lucky and the process works, but generally speaking, nowadays most people don't have that much faith in the grift. Like, what is the difference between someone who says, oh yeah, this is what I do, I read the textbook, I take these notes, as in they did it, he's like, hey guys, let's go take notes together, all right, let's go read this section. I'm going to read the section like I would normally do, and I would read, these 1,000 words, and my first thought is, okay, so here are my notes, and then this is what I'm going to take my notes about. And I've noticed that this connection, we're missing a gap here, we're missing a gap between here. It might be in the book, it might not be, but I can't remember the gap between these things. And then you go back and read the book for those gaps, right? That's still almost more exponentially useful, in my opinion, than saying what to do. Like, okay, pull up your favorite book and then translate it word for word, and then go back, read your translation, and you'll magically know, or something like that. I genuinely think that most of the time when there's a high demand for content around something, a substantial number of them are grifts. And do they work? Yes. Like, I'm not saying grifts don't work. They wouldn't be very effective grifts if they don't work. The idea is the grif is successful, or the product is successful, if there's enough people that think or have used it to be successful. The question is, was it serendipitous? Does it feel like serendipity? Or does it feel like you have an understanding in which you can control it? Like, for example, if I tried something and it failed, I would have a reasonable, fun time and understanding of why it failed. I don't think people do that either. You, the person that says, I learn from my mistakes and I love learning because I always learn from my mistakes. And then I ask them, like, okay, then why are you so afraid of failure? And also, why do you constantly make the same mistake? And then when you make a mistake and you try to do something different and you still make the same mistake, why are you upset about that? Because the process of wanting to learn and make mistakes and say you love making mistakes have to translate into the comprehension that you're going to make mistakes in order to learn something. Like, there's no comprehension of the method, right? What's the point of graded reading? That would be an interesting question to answer. How do you know that you're improving and that your comprehension is being adjusted to your +1 in comprehensible input, right? Like, how do you explain that? One thing that I've explained it more than once, where someone asked me, why do you do this? Why do you do this step? And my explanation would be, oh, it's because of these following reasons. It's like, I don't get it. How are those following reasons tied to what I asked? I mean, okay, well, let's go and explain that. That, to me, is something that is not explained when you already see success. So if I already speak fluent Japanese, then whatever I say, whatever method I say, would already bear its merit. As in, like, oh, I'm now fluent in Japanese, so I'm going to say this is what I did. And that is already merit enough for someone to not have to understand those steps. That's the grif, in my opinion. Whether it'll work or not, it'll work for some, it won't work for others. And the vast majority of people that I interact with at this low stage, as in, like, if you're not already participating in a grift, or like an expert or some viral channel, by the time that person crosses paths with me, they're already in the mindset, like, we have to be aware of this connection, right? You're either already successful and you're looking for different perspectives, or you're unsuccessful and now you're looking at the bottom of the barrel situation, someone who has a different perspective than the mainstream. And that's where I sit, right? That is the logical expectation of the vast majority of things. There are either people who are already successful and occasionally just swimming around, filling out for different perspectives to enrich their own self-education, or the vast majority of people would be people who all the mainstream grifts did not work for them. Like when someone says, oh yeah, flashcards are the best thing, and it didn't work, then there's a chance we would cross paths. With every failed method, there's a critical number. In my opinion, it's a little biased because I ask every individual that I come across eventually, if I know them long enough, what have they done before? And how do they interpret success and failures? And what do they do about those things? And for me, the reason why I can say that is because I know that the vast majority of people, the stuff that would be normally said, like, oh yeah, just read this graded reader here, get on Satori Reader, combine it with some I don't know, some creative output, and grab the theory on comprehensible input, all those things, they probably already passed that point. Like for me personally, like I'm not going to a convention center of successful people who learned by comprehensible input, or like their like migaku or sentence mining. Those people, I get the privilege, like James, I think you might be one of them. Like I get to meet them by chance, by happenstance, that there are successful people by those methods, like all those methods. Then the vast majority of people I meet are those who already tried those methods, and now they're simply listing a way to look for an alternative method or some other different things. So it's kind of fun to hear how, or to me, it's kind of fun and encouraging to hear how they change it up as they're going. So they start, okay, can you explain to me why the most popular method is not working? And that's where we start. Like, okay, so you probably have been on the internet long enough now. There's only one way you would come in contact with me most of the time. You probably have tried many other methods. There's still a rare chance that I bump into someone, and just because they don't care about the popular methods and what's on inline, but usually it's fairly safe to assume that when you're talking to someone on the internet who spends most of their time on the internet, all the things that you might think are popular and good, they are probably aware of. If not, you can glancingly like share it and then to get on task, right? So do I know anything about Stephen Krashen or Stephen Krashen? Yes, I do, because I have been on the internet long enough. Do I know something about graded readers? Yes, because I've been on the internet long enough. Now the question is, why are we having this conversation? Well, oftentimes the person I'm talking to is probably someone who's much younger, and their perspective is inward. They are largely talking about what they know, and then when they project what they know, we get to understand where they're coming from. So for me, I do most of that. I ask them, what have you tried? Instead of telling me about comprehensible input, can you tell me how did you use comprehensible input, or the theory, or whatever it is? You have to define comprehensible input to me. Explain to me how all of that works. If you're able to explain to me how that works, I will then go and try to apply that information you gave to me, and I will give you my commentary afterwards, right? Like, because I wouldn't know what it is if I haven't participated in it for certain. So having someone explain why their method works, and like whatever they decide to do, what they prioritize, what they learned, and then I go to do it, will give me a better understanding of why they did it. So the reason, by the way, if you're wondering why did I start WaniKani, because I met someone who was trying to explain how WaniKani worked for them, like why and how and stuff. And because of that interest, I was curious, and it turns out I basically did nothing they did, and that's how it works out. Like I legitimately, whatever they said, it didn't apply to me. What did I learn? They use WaniKani differently from me, and and the way I know it's different is because they tried to explain what WaniKani does for them, and I found that that's not what it does for me. Like maybe a little bit, like 5 to 10% of the time, I use WaniKani the same way they do. So that to me is why talking to other humans are awesome, at least in my opinion. And then we are having differing opinions now, basically, like the idea of what we focus on, the details. So I like listening to other people develop their methods. So it's fun. Like for me, I would be really interested. Maybe the video does exist. It would be really interesting for a documentary or like a backstage, a BTS of how they developed their philosophy and their approach to comprehensible input Japanese. I love watching interviews and watching people talk about how they came about this. Like, what are the things? Like my Let's Play content, I don't talk about content a lot of times. I talk about my thought process behind it, like how this elicits my thoughts. Like, oh, you know what? This is why I think about this. It connects with this and connects with this, and this comes from when I used to do this. So that's why I really enjoy Let's Play content of that nature. It's different. You know, we know that Let's Play content varies dramatically. There are ones that no comment Let's Play content, like oh, I'm just gonna play this game with no commentary. It's like, well, then I will go and play the game myself. Now, if I don't have time and that person's like, oh, can you evaluate my behavior and my performance by sheer observation, then I will go and look, because I care more about the person. So whenever someone like goes and say, oh yeah, I'm not providing any insights and whatnot, it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna learn like zero, and so I'm gonna go and do something else, right? If you're not actively involved in the things you're doing, honestly, if I had to choose, I'm not going to choose the thing to watch a person who's not actively interested in what they're doing. Like, I think I'm happy for them if they're okay with that. I'm happy that if they're satisfied with that, good for them. For myself, if you're gonna tell me something is interesting and you're able to describe it in great detail, and you're like, oh yeah, I remember this one video. Like, for example, a great example of comprehensible input Japanese's channel is this very specific example where they talked about storytelling, and it was in the context of this show. It's a very specific show. Maybe like they were decoupling and applying the methods and gestures applied to like the show Taxi or something very specific, obscure, for example, and you found it really relatable, and then you are able to explain like, oh, I really like Taxi because its presentation and its artwork and that gesture becomes very clear. That type of thing is wonderful. That's how I get to learn how more people, the way people think. If it's like pretty much anything else on the internet, like, oh, CI, here's the principle of CI. Okay, I have heard that before. And then I would go to another one, and it's like, here, like, and they would describe it as like, I hear CI again. All right, that's interesting. That's an interesting way to talk about CI. And then it's like, oh yeah, this is CI. It's like, okay, so now you're quoting the fashion. Okay, that sounds like it's a little out of context, but okay, I see that. That to me is what I feel as far as most people go. And if I had to be honest, that's not very deep. And for lack of a better meme, sometimes it's not deep because you don't care, right? And then sometimes it's too deep because you care too much. But generally speaking, you want it to be deep enough that you care, but not too deep that you lose your mind, right? these are the two memes. When things are too deep, it means like you're in your own head and you're depressed, and that type of thing is the meme on that. And then it's not deep. It's not that deep. It's the meme where when someone goes to deflect and demonstrate how much they specifically don't care about what you're saying, and they have trouble finding deepness in what you're saying, but they're trying to project their own disinterest. That's that too. So for me, yeah, if someone asked me, like for example, if I was asked for consultation on your channel, for example, the Comprehensible Input Japanese channel, my thought was I would be very invested in all the thought process and the planning that goes into each of their videos, and where they're going from that. Because are they trying to create independence from their video? But my first core question would be, if you're teaching something, are you teaching in a manner that makes the person independent of what you're teaching eventually? And that's where that's a natural conflict of interest between a YouTube channel and a teaching channel. When you're, in my opinion, personally, this is my personal philosophical antagonistic a contradiction. If you're starting a teaching channel, the first thing one of the philosophies is whoever watches your channel will become independent. That's the successful teaching means that the person you taught becomes independent. So if the channel is focused on constantly producing things that keeps the person there, then it's a sticky road. Like, it might be a compromise. So my first question then is, I would go into the comment section, or maybe they reveal their statistics or they interact with their community and find out that most of their community are successful people who come back to support the channel, and not people who are going there specifically for the information because they're dependent on the information. That's probably one of my deeper discussions about, hey Maku, what kind of YouTube channel do you watch each day? Well, I watch most people who don't create dependency. When you have an issue or a topic that's really interesting, you go there to see what their opinions are of that topic, whether they agree with you or not. I go there to see how their thought process works, because they're great at explaining their thought process. The comprehension or an attempt to explain something that isn't my own thoughts. If you're going to a channel for information, I often ask myself, am I dependent on this information? Like, if I learn something from the channel, I would never have, I wouldn't need the channel again for that purpose. And I'm not saying that Comprehensible Input Japanese doesn't do that. I'm curious how well it does that, or what it's like. Learning is interesting because it's a one-time thing, in my opinion. I think the grift, not Comprehensible Japanese Input, not CI Japanese channel, I'm talking in general. A grift would be someone who sells you something only for you to come back for more. And that's a grift. That's good for products, by the way. If you're selling food, you have to come back for food, right? Food is perishable. That's great for business. Video games, live service model. Come back for the new content. Every time there's new content, come back for it, right? It creates dependency. You sell your service, right? Service, you need to come back for. Teaching, the ones that I typically rely on, or the ones that I really gravitate towards, are the ones that constantly push the person to be independent. So if they're teaching something, the idea is hey, all right, now go out, see if you can do it. Here are the indicators. Here are some things to look out for to see if you're able to attain the process. If you're able to understand and do the process, don't come back anymore. Go out, learn something else, graduate. And then when you are when you are very successful, come back and say hi every once in a while. So a great way to do this is usually like what colleges do, or like some companies do. They use testimonies, right? They collect the success rates of their teaching material. Like, oh, hey guys, we're celebrating our 100,000th testimony of someone who's successful, like being exposed to our things. The other side of things on the internet that is a great indicator of a grift is when the people tell you you can't do anything other than this. Right? We've heard that before. Oh, dude, man, you're studying it wrong. If this is not on your list, then you're just wrong. That's dependency. That's something that you're using that's not teaching you to do things. It's restricting you to the thing because you haven't ever learned how to do it on your own. And that's perfectly fine if it doesn't make you upset, right? It's kind of like an addiction situation where it's an addiction if it's bad. It's good. It's a habit and a lifestyle choice when it's sustainable. So I sustain on watching specific vloggers because they never tell me like, oh, hey, definitely come back. Like, I will have the greatest story for you next time. Stay tuned. No, they tell their opinions about a topic and then that's it. And then when they go on to move on to another topic, they're like, you don't have to care about this topic. Like, if you care about me or what I have to say, then come back. I think that's kind of the teaching paradox right now. One of the interesting teaching paradoxes at the moment is I feel often that not that the people that make content is intentionally doing this. There's no intent. Like, I don't feel like I get an intent that they're trying to entrap people. The format of YouTube and other things make certain things more popular and more sustainable than other things. And oftentimes I kind of worry, or I not really worry, but I'm often curious. When do people know they learned something? Like for me, and probably you, James, when you're saying, where would I start, right? What content, what level am I going to start? That's kind of thinking in that process where, okay, so how do you know when you learned something? When you learn something is when you find that it's optional to go over it, right? And it's fundamentally kind of contradictory to the way YouTube works, because you want the people to constantly be dependent on what you have to offer so that your YouTube thing is consistent. So in a way, it's kind of de-emphasized. Not saying other people aren't pushing you out, right? Like, I can't even imagine what it's like to say, oh, hey guys, we're gonna cover this strategy, and by the end of this video, I don't want to hear from you again, because it should solve all your problems, because you should have learned the method and learned what it is once you see this. Good luck, Godspeed, and come back every once in a while to revisit maybe things you may have forgotten, but you're successful because of it, right? Teaching is a one-way streak, in my opinion. If you are successful, you rarely ever see those people again. Like, my thought is that you really don't want to see those people again. You only want to see them when they're successful. Otherwise, if you're constantly teaching them something, in my opinion, that doesn't necessarily mean it works. It means it works, it probably doesn't work. So whenever I think about it, it's kind of a bittersweet moment. I don't know if you teach games or like tutor or want to be in a consultant role or something. Whenever I think about recommendations and advice when someone asks, my first thought is, do I know anything across a specific amount of time in which this person then would not continue to be dependent on what I have to say? Because in my opinion, when you accept the position of advising or recommending something, your reputation is in it too. Like, you, in order to be successful at teaching someone, you want to limit how much you have to do for that person, because if they are truly learning, then there's less and less for them to learn from you over time. So there will be less and less time spent explaining or teaching. You might end up becoming friends, you know, like in the long run, when two people become successful, they come back and become friends. But generally speaking, I almost feel like quite a lot of times when people say they're learning something, they're learning to memorize the content that they will eventually forget, because they are no longer engaged nor having a deeper understanding of the way they acquired that knowledge in the first place. And then when they go back to acquire that knowledge, they're no faster than the first time they did it, or like negligibly faster than the first time. Like, for example, and this problem occurs quite a bit, and it's a problem because the people are upset about it. It's not a problem if you're not upset about it. Here's one from flashcards from Anki. You learn something, and then 1 year down the line, when it's so spaced out, you forgot it. So now you're gonna relearn it again, but it's not faster or better than the last time you did it. You have not learned it. Like, there was very little learned the first time, right? Ultimately, the concept of learning is that you're getting better at something that you're focusing on. So for SRS, it's so broken down a lot of times that when the person spaced themselves away from that thing, they no longer use it. They don't do it anymore. Like, it's not internalized. So when that thing is forgotten and they go back, you hope. The hope is that they have done this before, so they understand how the process works. So it goes faster the second time around, or the third time around, or the fourth time around. And I've only been doing this long enough so far to hear stories about people who say, I don't want to do this all over again. It's like, why not? You've already done this before, so you should be familiar with it. In fact, when you do it again, you should be able to do it even better than it done before, right? You have more experience now. Like, someone would, I hear this quite a bit, like, oh, the content's not changing though. Like the textbook, for example. Like, I read a book, or like, let's use a novel instead of a textbook. I read this person read a novel. It's like, well, okay, well, I'm never going to read this novel again after reading it once. It's like, why not? Like, well, it's never going to change. It's never going to be new, right? There's no point in it. I'm like, so you're telling me that you're never going to learn something else and then be able to apply it to reading a book again? Like, well, in principle, like, there's no point because the information is always going to be static. And I'm like, okay, that's what I mean by, that's how I can tell indirectly that this person prefers to know things than understand things. It's a big leap. I understand That's one instance of a converging evidence. Then you lump it in with someone who says, it doesn't feel like I'm ever getting, like, it doesn't ever feel like it's getting easier to start new things, despite them starting new things all the time. That's someone who understands the process, or like not the process, the results of starting new things. They get new skills, but they rarely ever understand the process of starting the new things. So the process is always going to be painful. It's consistently painful. It's consistently worse. Every time they start a new thing, it reminds them of how much it sucks to start a new thing. So they have rarely ever learned and understand and appreciate the process of starting a new thing. They know what it takes to start a new thing. Like, I could explain to you how to establish a habit. If you can imagine yourself, like for example, this would be a very Griff advertisement. How do you establish a habit? Pick something. When you get up, drink 1 cup of water a day. Is that too much? Can you imagine yourself doing it for at least 2 weeks? And at the end of 2 weeks, imagine doing it for a month before you ask yourself again. Then 2 months, then 3 months. Oh, is a cup of water too much? How about half a cup of water? And then when after 2 weeks, ask yourself, can you drink a cup of water? And eventually you'll figure out how much is too much and how much is too little. But we're not explaining that part. We're basically explaining the steps, like not really explaining the steps, but more like sharing and recalling the steps, step by step. And it doesn't explain anything. It simply gives you a method, the steps it involves, and no explainer. That's as much as you can cram into a 2-minute video or even a 5-minute video. Dear me, if it's a 15-minute video, you're playing with fire now, because what are you going to fill up with 15-minute video that isn't going to make them turn off the video or skip around, because they're going to skip the parts that they think they understand, which no, they don't understand it. In my opinion, they know what that information is. They don't understand that information. It's usually they know that information. They wouldn't be clicking on that video if they understood that information. It would be disinteresting to them. They would be talking about, oh, okay, well, I would start with a cup of water, but the cup of water would have to tie in with how I feel in the day. Maybe there are days we should look up some hydration curves. I should develop a baseline for my hydration. It goes on. It's deep enough that the moment they look at a 10-minute video, they're going to say, that's not a 10-minute video. That should be an 8-hour video. Because you have so many thoughts. Because you've thought deeply about what you're doing. You don't have to tell the world how deeply you think about things. Like, I'm not going to ask you, like, hey, can you explain in the greatest detail? So it's inherently contradictory. When you're explaining it to someone else, the level of your depth is gated, in my opinion, is often gated by the attention of the person. How deeply you understand your method is how greatly reflected on how you can explain that method to a wider audience in a manner that can captivate them. If you only care about a very specific aspect of that method, then it only resonates with a specific group of people. So YouTube channels that are really popular, I like to believe that they have great depth in their exposure because they otherwise wouldn't be popular. If they are popular, typically they have to address more things. That's cool. Now, when you look at their video, does it create dependency or independency? These are things that I think about. Like, I'm literally right now at this moment digressing about how I look for content. Some of the selection factors. That doesn't mean that when someone tells me, oh, this channel is really awesome, I would like not look at it. I would look at it every time someone mentions, like this evening, I'm probably gonna go look through Comprehensible Input Japanese channel again to see what the latest stuff are, because you shared something very important with me. You enjoyed the Let's Play content. I'm probably gonna go look at some of the Let's Play content on Comprehensible Input Japanese. So that keeps me in line with making sure that I'm encouraging myself to still participate in these things. Lots of times, all of my actions tend to be very complicated to express. So then, because it's complicated, I spend a lot of time trying to explain it. Otherwise, you will be explaining it over and over again. And when you explain something over and over again to someone and they consistently do not understand, that's creating dependency indirectly. Like the idea of becoming closer with a friend, for example, how do you become closer with a friend? This parallels friendships, is that eventually being close with someone means that they have learned about you and you have learned about them, to a point where you don't necessarily explain the same things. You seek new things to explain to each other and connect with each other. So whenever you're talking about a friend and your friend's like, oh, that's surprising that you would like this. I thought you liked this. It's like, oh no, that's... And then you try to explain it, and then 1 month later, that person's like, oh, that's surprising. I thought it's this. And then it was the same issue. Like the same thing again, and the same thing again. That's a great way to figure out if you're good at teaching or not, in my opinion, or explaining things. Because now that's not, it doesn't end friendships. Like the ability to have a friend who constantly make mistakes about you, and then you may be terrible at explaining, and then keep on doing that, that is supposed to help. Like, in my opinion, it should improve the methodology. I'm not a counselor. Again, I'm not a psychologist, counselor, professional teacher. I'm none of these things. So these are my anecdotes when I'm trying to resolve serendipitous problems. Like two people, they hate each other, or they hate to like each other, but they hang out, and you hear them explain things, how one person is constantly nagging about this thing and the other person is constantly trying to explain this thing, and they've done this for like 5 years. That's how I feel about methodology online. What's the connection between them? Is you hear how to do something, and then you hear the explainer, and over time there's no increased comprehension between the two. So then you repeat the process again and again, and it doesn't lead to a benefit. It doesn't lead to a improvement in old problems and encountering new problems. I'm not saying they don't, like, you should be encountering new problems, not old problems. So CI is a great example. Every time someone says, oh yeah, CI is goated, right? CI is complete goated. Okay, so now I have my SRS with CI. I have my anime with CI. I have my textbook with CI. I have my native speaking with CI, and I'm like, okay, all right, I got this. So CI is in all the things you do. Why are you having problems with learning Japanese? And they're like, well, you know, I did this and I got demotivated. And then I did this for a little bit and I got demotivated. And I did this for a little bit and I got demotivated. But CI is in everything. Like, well, yeah, because it helps engage me, and then I get demotivated. I'm like, okay, so you're saying you had the same problem, and your focus is that this thing works. I'm like, okay, but if this thing works, then why do you have the same problem across 4 things that might not be related, that may actually be related, but we wouldn't know, related to the method that you think it works? That is a disconnect between the comprehension of the method, what it actually does for the person, not for any person. We're talking about specifically for that person. They have a cognitive dissonance between the method that they're applying and what they think comes out of that method versus what's happening. So, you know, the first thing that comes out of that person's mouth is like when someone says, I'm using like a generalization, but this is like a combination of 3 or 4 things that I've heard myself personally. Someone says like, well, CI is goated, but it requires a lot of time. It's like, okay, so you understand it requires a lot of time. All right. So what do you mean by a lot of time? What is the characteristic of that time? Well, that time means that I have to spend a lot of time actively thinking about things. Okay, so what's the concept of active thinking? Like, well, you know, like I have to write down the words I don't know and try to make a workflow that, okay, so have you done that? Like, oh yeah, I follow this workflow. Okay, so may I ask you, when I'm looking through your workflow, I don't see a step that deals with managing your motivation. Like, the first thing I would think about is, okay, you did a method. What's the problem? You did a method. What's the problem? So they understood what to do in the method, but they don't understand when it doesn't work. Like parts of it doesn't work. Like it works for the part that they're focused on. Like when someone explains to you, Anki is great for refreshing vocabulary for someone. It's great to reinforce and maintain in an efficient way to maintain your rudimentary memorization and recognition skills, right? That's what's great for. Now, when someone says, oh, I understand that method, I'm going to use Anki to do that. And then they go around and say, I'm really upset. I can't seem to form sentences. It's so aggravating. And I'm like, okay, what do you think is helping you form sentences? Or what do you think it's supposed to form sentences? And they're like, well, I learned a lot of vocabulary. I'm like, okay, so what is the connection between vocabulary and sentences? Like, well, sentences are made of vocabulary words. Okay. Does Anki do that? It's like, well, and then, you know, they would explain their Anki process. I'm like, okay, I kind of see it. So how are you going to get Anki to bridge becoming a vocabulary thing? Because now this person has to develop new steps. They're learning how to understand the methods. They're learning the pros and cons of the method, the limitations, how do they tweak and get around that limitation despite not engaging in another method that was supposed to treat that, right? The difference here is you can have someone now, because there's so much information, there's so much demand for methods, and I think the method is artificially inflated. The demand for explaining methods is inflated because people don't think anymore. And I mean this in the most, I hope I mean this in the least offensive way possible. You don't have to think about these things anymore. It's not incentivized to. You save time by looking at someone else who did the thinking for you. So if you're having a problem with sentences, go find a method that helps you with sentences. And then if you have a problem, like, oh, those sentences, they're too basic, go find someone who can teach you advanced, non-basic sentences, and then so on and so forth. So then you have this person who talks about, I get them to explain to me, what's your problem now? Like, well, I know how to make sentences. I have the vocabulary. And I also do so much immersion. I don't understand how to put it all together. And my thought is, well, the easiest way is to look up someone who, like, you know, for them, if I was going to be very appropriate, I would say, well, it sounds like you were successful at learning your vocabulary, you were successful at learning your sentences, and you were successful at learning how to natively consume content, and you need to put them together. So now go and look for someone who did all of that And we're finally getting back to comprehensible input Japanese. That's what they're doing. They're putting it all together, and that will work. It will be a great source for a person like that. And I'm saying a person like that. What I typically, like, if I'm only speaking for myself, and it's not right or wrong, my approach is I learn something and I find out, what do I want to do with what I learned? I go find information about that and then figure out what I want to do, the connection between what I want to do and the information I'm looking for. So no matter what, all of my experiences that I've learned is part of the next thing that I need to learn. Not because it's some detached thing that's solving a problem that I have. Technically, you could argue that the problem you have is the thing you're learning. So that's fair. That's a semantic issue, right? It's not creating negativity for me, though. So one of the defining factors between a problem and an initiative is that, one, you're learning because it's a positive thing. A problem to be solved, it's a negative thing. And a problem to be solved is approached by getting the quickest explainer that's readily available to you. It removes problem solving. You don't need to problem solve. And you certainly most definitely do not need to critically think. And some people will ask, well, what's the difference between problem solving and critically thinking? You can solve a problem without critically thinking about it. How do you do that? You go and ask someone to explain it to you. Because you can solve that problem without ever thinking about it. You can acquire tons of methods and live happily. I really do believe that the internet can do this. It is possible. In a way, like 90% of the time, you can find someone. There's so much information online that hopefully with like technology and search, you don't have to critically think about finding something to solve your problems. And here's my optional pushback on that. I don't get reward from doing that. Like, if I'm not solving problems myself, it doesn't give me pride or feeling of, it doesn't remove the feeling of anxiety, feeling like I have no control, no tolerance, no ability to create ideas of my own. So if you're wandering the desert and you're saying, I'm really happy, except, and it's a big exception, I feel like I'm never creating anything. I feel like I have no creative bone in my body. Every time I go to make something that's my own, I can't create anything. That is what I'm talking about. So if that doesn't upset you, like you're perfectly okay. You're like, nah, like I don't care. Like, I just want to be happy doing the things that other people do, and then really happy that everyone can solve my problems so that I don't ever have to solve my own problems. Absolutely. Go for it. If you're gonna go into a creative profession, which is why it goes back to content creation for comprehensible input, Japanese people, like the people who manage the channel, those individuals are probably of a different mindset. Being a creator and trying to create something requires that you synthesize information. I'm honestly curious if that is communicated through their product. If they are willing to teach in a manner that made them successful at learning the thing in the first place, hopefully it reflects that. Again, I don't know these people, but it would be really fun to figure out if it's true. Like, I like making games. Like, I like the idea of making a video game. If it was to instruct on enjoying video games and making video games, then the video game itself would end the need for that video game. So I would, if I wanted to make a video game to communicate my ideals of how to enjoy a video game, then it would outcompete myself. So like what I mean is, if I do a Let's Play and I wanted to show how awesome Like a Dragon is, the indicators that I'm being able to communicate this is most people would then also explain to me how much they like a Dragon, and that they went off and played Like a Dragon themselves to form thoughts of their own. And then we would meet again to exchange those thoughts. That to me is learning. If they are forming opinions and thoughts because they have to play along and watch me share my thoughts with them in order to make them have opinions and ideas, that's not teaching. It's mirroring. It's recognition. It's the laziest, not worse, not sad, not like unrewarding. It's the easiest and laziest way of consuming and being passive in your life. So, do I need someone to explain all these things to me? Sometimes. I'm more interested in how they explain it to me. Like when someone tells me graded readers are awesome, explain. Explain to me why graded readers are awesome. And then the more you explain to me, the more I'm interested in seeing if those things are true. For me, I know they're true for that other person because I like to think that when the person is explaining things to me in great depth, it comes from an earnest place, right? If they don't explain to me with great depth, then it's a grifter. And not grifting in the sense of business, it's credibility. They're grifting for affirmation. So like when someone says, oh yeah, just do this, you're welcome, I'm not going to listen to that, obviously. Like, no offense, you didn't explain anything to me. Like, just do this. I don't even know if you did it. Like, do you even understand what you said? Like, if you're asking me, do I recommend HanziHero? Watch the if you know nothing about HanziHero, like me, watch day one's video, because it was 5 hours for me to explain. It might have been 4 hours. 4 hours for me to explain why I chose to start HanziHero without knowing anything about HanziHero. So that would be your position, right? That would be a similar position that I would be in for that person, because I didn't know anything about HanziHero without doing it. If you're curious about what it's like after 100 days, I did that. It took about 4 hours. 200 days, 4 hours. 300 days, I think that was a little bit longer, like 5 hours. Those are the things that I'm trying to explain. And I'm going to be honest with you, no one has time for that. Like, your curiosity is not that deep, like, about other people's things, right? And if it is, that's where learning happens, in my opinion. If you are indeed interested in learning, then there really isn't a time limit, nor an efficiency constraint, nor an ease or like a difficulty, time, and convenience constraints on what you're trying to learn. In my opinion, I think the foundation for learning right now, I don't think it's true for a younger audience, like millennials and stuff, like pre-internet things. They have a different balance. But right now, the current ones, like the Gen Z online, have to caress the idea of they need interest. You need interest. Everything is based on interest. So, great resources may still not be interesting. And that's kind of unfortunate. And one of the solutions is not being told what is interesting in order to develop interest. It's so contradictory, I know. Oftentimes you learn what interests you how you determine interest. You understand the process of all of this at a younger age. Like, you know, when your first couple teenage years, you'll get challenged with so much information anyways. You're gonna be able to start developing that. Online, it's a lot easier to simply say whatever is presented to you is what you're interested in, because that's what algorithm does. So I'm often incredibly apprehensive when someone says they learned a lot of things and then possibly give me a channel in which the whole time the channel is explaining everything that they should be liking in the channel. For myself personally, I'm not sure if people stand by this or not. It's not time efficient, but teaching is not the same thing as explaining everything to explaining everything. Like, I genuinely believe that's even truer now than it was before. Like, there was a time when you don't have to say that, because eventually most people have to learn how to solve their own problems and do their own make their own connections, because you don't know everything. You don't know all the information. You don't know so much information that you can explain everything without understanding anything, right? Now it's truer. It's even truer now. Like, I think it's reverse. The internet has made it so convenient that everything is explained that when you go back to school, the first obstacle, in my opinion, especially when you get to the university level or even graduate studies, I mean, that's why no one likes college. Like, people don't like college anymore, or like it's getting flack in graduate school. The first thing is that you're going to have to learn how to problem solve and critically think with incomplete information, right? You eventually have to create a novel idea in the sense of not the context is novel, the connections and the associations are novel. And that's where the first obstacle happens. You get a student who says, I think there's something wrong with the way you teach. It doesn't explain everything that I need to know. And the response would be, well, I don't know everything. So you're going to have to learn some of it. Right? And that's kind of it's a little bit of a generalization. The idea is that it's a combination. Eventually, the person who is to be educated is also someone who is starting to catch up with becoming the educator. So when you get to college, or at least when you graduate college, you hope that that's where you are in your life. You become someone who can both explain your problems, come up with new solutions, while at the same time critiquing another person's work, while also being able to synthesize information. Like, it's the synthesis of information is both. It's two ways. It's at least two ways. Being explained to all of these things can get you really great results in life. I'm trying to not diminish any one side. When you are upset and you can't explain why it doesn't work, then what I'm talking about is very relevant. If you're always happy, there's always an explanation to get the results you want. My points are mute. It's absolutely mute. When it works, when the internet works, it's the best. When AI works, which is now a representation of the internet, when AI works, they give you the answer you need in sharp precision and accuracy. It's all sunshine and rainbows. You rarely have to even think, right? It takes like 3 seconds to get the right answer. It's like you have a problem, it takes like 15 seconds to solve it. I'm not even exaggerating. It's probably less than 15 seconds nowadays, right? And that's great. Then you type something eventually and they gave you an answer and it doesn't work. Now you're catatonic. Right? You're like, oh no, like the world it's over. I don't understand the point of anything. What's the point of doing any of this? Like, I don't understand what's the point of handwriting on screen. Like, why would you do that? Why do you need to do that when you can generate all the characters on screen? That's what we're talking about here. It's a great topic that we'll come back to again and again. I'm looking forward to 2026. Someone would ask, why does there's no point, like for example, for Duolingo to exist, but it exists. Answer that, or try to answer that. That's exactly what I mean by you understand the method, but you don't understand. You think you understand the method, but you only know the method. If something exists and it doesn't make sense, it made sense to someone. So you can either choose to connect the dots, or you could be upset about it, and that could eat away at your life, or not. So a lot of people have great management skills on this. The ones that I meet at this bottom row of obscurity are the people who are frustrated that certain things exist and they don't understand it. That, when you use the internet to explain everything, will not be able to explain that. Because that sucks. So you can sit there and be really upset that you'll never understand something because you don't think it should exist, even though it does. If you're not happy with that, it requires critical thinking skills and problem solving skills to alleviate that, right? You create your own solutions and tolerances and management. If you don't, you can still live a reasonable life by balancing it out with things you enjoy, right? Sometimes that's another strategy that people go about. If studying sucks, you counter it with doing something you enjoy. Playing video games counter the grind of work. That's another way to do it. You know, you can counteract negativity with positivity. Or you can learn about the problem and solve it and have it not occur as often. That latter example requires that you understand the method. Like, why doesn't it work? If you can understand that, then the problem goes away along with the negative emotions, because you made something that didn't work. Explaining things constantly doesn't help you do that. You do not get the skills to do that, in my opinion. Maybe if you're super lucky that the thing you like explained to you happens to be about doing just that. That's the one very narrow chance that can help. Like, you like learning about how people solve problems. Like me, I like seeing people solve problems. When I watch Let's Play content, I like to see how they solve those problems, like the obstacles and the challenges. I'm not looking for someone who's vibing and drifting along, repeating the same actions over and over again. That is someone else's pleasure. I don't find it very engaging nor informative. So it makes me want to get involved in that process. That's when someone is like doing the same thing over and over again and they're like not enthusiastic, it doesn't bring them contentment in life. My impulse is to try to elevate that would be my impulse. So I tend not to watch things where someone is drifting. Like, they're drifting in a point. I've encountered a few people who say, they're very consistent. They do their thing all the time. They don't understand why they're not successful, or they don't understand why they're not improving. And I'm like, but you've been doing the same thing over the time. How can you expect anything less, like anything more than that? In fact, it would be very lucky if it did improve over time, right? This is a misunderstanding about practice makes perfect, right? Again, another method. Practice makes perfect. Practice makes perfect is like a catch-all phrase that is incredibly blown out of proportion, in my opinion. Practice makes better, but better requires that you're improving. When you practice the same thing, you don't get better at it. You might be arguing, well, don't you speed up? That's better, right? Not if your speed is not getting you more things. Like, okay, so you can say crown 50 times more, and you can recognize the character for crown. Did you do anything with it? Does it create any sense of reward or output? Because no matter how fast you do it, it requires an application in order to understand how reward works, right? So hear me out. I wanted to end with that idea because it can feel rewarding when you spend the majority of your time looking at how to do things, but do none of it. It is instantly rewarding when you get information that you otherwise have not known. In Japanese and Chinese and language learning, there's a huge demand for learning methods because oftentimes, in my opinion, that demand is not reflected in people who want to learn something. It is reflected in people who like the idea of thinking they can learn something. So I know that's a really tenuous small line. It's a very fine line. People who read a lot of methods to do something still feels good knowing that those methods that they know, but they rarely participate in using those methods to understand it and achieve their goals. So you come back around and someone's saying, oh yeah, you know, I use Anki. Anki is a great system. Explain it to me. Explain how Anki is a great system. Explain to me how it's working for you. What are you doing about it? It's like, they would say something like, okay, well, it keeps track of your lessons. Okay, I mean, I do that without Anki, but okay. And then it reminds you of when you might forget a word. It's like, well, I kind of do that as well without something to remind me about that. Okay, go on. Like, I keep going on. And then at the end of the day, they're like, yeah, isn't that great? It's like, I don't see what's great about it. I mean, no offense. I had these skills before Anki existed, right? So that's kind of a different story, but let me explain. I think it's great that Anki is doing all these things for you. Can you understand from my perspective that when you're saying these things, those are the things that make Anki great for you? And now may I explain to you why Anki is not that great for me? Not that I wouldn't be able to use it to make it work, is that there are many things that Anki do that I already do now, despite not using Anki, like not related to Anki. That's the difference. Someone believes that you can't operate with overlapping skill sets when the tool itself isn't literally being used. So when someone tells me you won't learn grammar from Duolingo because Duolingo literally doesn't teach, as in explain, not teach, quote unquote, but explain grammar, it's an oxymoronic thing. A lot of people say things don't teach because they literally don't explain the thing. Right? That's not the only way to learn something. But that is how, in my opinion, nowadays, that's kind of makes learning more difficult. It's actually harder for people to learn things because they rely so much on having things explained to them. It's actually the opposite. And well, not really the opposite. It's more like a having the cake and eat it situation. If you're able to learn by things being explained to you, as well as learning things from the explanation, you're doing two things. You're doing more than one thing. So inevitably you'll be ahead because you're doing more, you have more than one option. So you go on, you go on anime and you're like, I can't watch this anime. It's N1. I don't have N1 explained to me yet, so I can't enjoy this anime. It's like, sure you can. Like, what do you mean, sure I can? Like, well, can you learn N1 while you're like, are you N2? And it's like, well, yes. It's like, then what is preventing you from learning N1 from N2? Now, that's like being really strict because that's how people categorize themselves. And so you speak in that way. Like, well, I can't possibly learn something if someone didn't explain it to me already. Like, that's not true for me. That might be true for you, right? In no way am I going to be able to convince someone that say, how could I possibly learn something if no one explained it to me before? And that's going to suck when you become older and you have a job and maybe you want to be successful and you want to be a leader or you want people to rely on you, because oftentimes then you're responsible for learning something that doesn't have an explainer. And that kind of sucks. Anyways, I thought I shared this narrative. I haven't planned out how I'm going to write this stuff, but it's a interesting rhetoric. Again, very last time to reinforce this. If you're happy, the sky's the limit. Go out there, do what is sustainable, and you're happy about it. The comments that I'm making really addresses people who want to be able to do something, and the things they're doing is selectively making it easier to not do that. So if you think that you like the idea of, whatever, I'll just wing it, I can make it work. If that sounds desirable because that sounds like a solution to your problem with anxiety, control issues, and concerns, then maybe some of my points I made today is something worth considering. If it's not, then you're probably happy the way you are. I am particularly, and as a personal share, to give the prospect, like to give a contextual consequence of what that sounds like. I think it's boring when I'm being served what I am being told what I need to do to feel something. I don't like being gaslit, basically. And as well as I don't like when people behave as though they are being gaslit after making their product. So, for example, when I play a video game, I'm not looking for a group of people to dictate what is the most popular thing the game developer is supposed to make. I am interested in what the game developer is making. As in, I could really hate their game. That's cool. Imagine not being able to hate a game because it panders to you. What does that sound like to me? That sounds like boredom. And then there's games that people really like, but you seem to hate. That's pretty cool too. That's a great type of game in my opinion. That's a game that has a personality. right? We're not talking about like bugs and standardization stuff. We're not. That's a different story. You're creating bad actors, right? We're talking about someone who makes something, and they have both people who hate it and love it. That's interesting. And then there's safe. Safe is boring, but profitable, right? Pragmatism is great. So there's pros and cons to both. I personally love that idea that if someone is going to ask me to try something out, I like to think that whatever I'm doing is going to be interesting, because I usually don't I like to think I don't like completely do the same thing. It's disinteresting. It's incredibly disinteresting to me if I'm not actively involved in the thing. Like someone tells me, "Oh, this movie is fantastic. It's great. These scenes are great." And the first thing I do is watch it, and I completely agree with them. Like to the point where they gaslit me so hard, not into I guess, well, we won't use gaslighting. More like they shared so passionately that I already had my opinions made before I even watch it. Hear me out. I do watch movies for the very reason someone is interested in the movies or the video games and stuff, but I'm looking to see if I can add to what they're saying. I could very well coincidentally agree with them, but the way I agree with them is going to be very detailed to reflect possibly their details. If they don't reflect my details, then I know that this person didn't think really deeply about it, and that can be a loss of communication. So if you really love learning, we're gonna end this segment with what I usually say every day, right? This is the end of HanziHero, right? My HanziHero session today, I talked about a digression piece that I've been working on. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. And I usually end with this bit. You're more than welcome to follow along, right? That's the least most people can do nowadays, or like to do nowadays. You follow along, but you are more than welcome to give HanziHero a try. You can do the first 100 characters. Think about it, do it, analyze it, synthesize it, and then come on by. You're more than welcome to yap about it. Talk about its idiosyncrasies, its pros and cons, how it contrasts with my perspective. Maybe, just maybe, right? You and I can talk about what we do that's beyond HanziHero, but it's tied to HanziHero, right? When you see problems, when you see pros and cons, what do you do about it? Because that to me is what is the difference that makes between someone who understands methodology versus knowing methodology. I see problems, I see solutions, or at least I try to create solutions. So where there are pros, where there are cons, that's cool, because I can strengthen the pros or address and mitigate the cons. So far, despite all of this, there are very few moments that I've met with people who do that in a sense of, to an extent of understanding that it may not be dependent on another product, right? That doesn't mean those people who string together a bunch of products into a workflow isn't achieving their goals. They are probably like a lot of them are probably very happy and achieving their goals. Sometimes it's kind of fun to see how much you can do with something that wasn't intended to be done that way, or how much you can boost what it is intended to do. It's a great exercise. It's a fun exercise to me. It keeps me following along long enough to complete it. If you hate a class, right? If you hate math class, for example, which I know Mika's mentioned this before, but hating math is like common. Like, it is a very common thing to say. And they're often saying like, well, I have no choice. It's like, yeah, you do have a choice. The thing is, I can't tell you what those choices are, and I can't convince you that you have choices, but I will tell you what my choices are instead by demonstration. I can read ahead. I can do other math things that tie into the math thing. There's so many things that go beyond just that math class. If you have to do something, then you can make it into something else or do something else with it. That is what happens when you have problem solving skills and critical thinking skills. When you don't have that, you go to class and you say, I'm going to get a bad grade. That sucks. Move along. Hopefully the next math class is not going to be as bad because I'm locked in. That's all I can do. And it's ironic because the internet exists now. Before, it didn't exist. And I still did that. Like, I still did that in high school. Like, before you can Wikipedia anything and whatnot, there were libraries, there were other people, there were other classmates, other teachers, other campuses, right? So, yeah, that those days are kind of limited right now, or those exposures are kind of limited. So, as per usual, I offer anyone the opportunity to come on by, yap, discuss, challenge each other mutually, and be interested in each other's activities. It can be about going to work, working on your lower back pain, or like the reason is if you have to look forward to something, if you're looking forward to telling something to someone, it actually triggers a natural response to want to think about what you want to say and want to do in the day. So affirmation is very functionally useful when people are encouraged to use their problem solving skills and critical thinking skills in the act of it. So if you have a studying problem, go explain it to someone. And if that person is able to reciprocate and ask questions back, you've got your feedback loop, right? The feedback is non-existent in an explainer. I kid you not. Spending 90% of your time having something explained to you does not provide feedback. There's no feedback in that until you do it. And you know, most people like the idea of just collecting information and having zero feedback, not even applying it to the point where they have feedback from themselves. There's not even self-feedback. Like where, oh, this doesn't seem to work, so I have a con here, let's go look for another thing. That rarely even happens too. So you're more than welcome. I talk about this stuff all the time when I have enough time. I prefer to be talking about this stuff, actually. Doing this stuff, like the work and stuff, it is still tedious. I try to make it as least tedious as possible by challenging myself and pushing myself in a way that helps me talk more about it. Like I digress, the depth of my digression and understanding of the relationship between tedium, boredom, and challenging and rewarding, that type of thing. I think about that every single day that I get on WaniKani and HanziHero, because it is what keeps me consistent. It keeps me interested in doing this. 2026, Boom Pro is being added to the list following WaniKani, and it will be a very similar process. I will be talking about, I wonder how I can do this simultaneously with other things at the same time to connect all of them, because I want to see the connections. If the connections are not there, I will forget it, and most likely most people will too. Like, I'm a pretty average person, so I don't have like extraordinary memory. So if I say I won't forget it, like it doesn't apply to me. I think I have average memory. So when I forget something, I think the average person will likely also forget it. You don't connect things together. Brain does not connect. You know, no neuronal connections. And I'll leave everyone with a fun little rhetoric about memory. the way our brain works, like as a biological way to think of memory, it's interesting to consider that. Imagine that every time you have to recall a memory, it's actually being edited, right? Like, think about the concept of the brain being a cellular mass of electrical signals, right? Every time you decide to recall a piece of memory, it triggers those neuronal pathways. That means biologically, something has happened when you trigger a memory after acquiring new experiences, right? Every waking moment as you pass and then you recall it, that memory is literally getting triggered again, right? So when you're thinking about learning and whatnot, when you maximize how many things you're triggering as you're going along, that is what reinforcement is. And it's reinforcement that you can do without mindlessly repetitiously thinking of things in isolation. And this is where I would leave it. It's what I call association. It's thought association. It's your mind palace. It's one of the foundations of it. When memory is associated with each other, you can think of one thing and it triggers all those biological synapses and synthesis of your memory. If not, biologically speaking, you're grooming. Those other things, they fade. They go away. I know it's kind of weird to think about it, but your brain is a biological mask. It gets stimulation from literally recalling things. A computer is not quite the same thing. That's where like the analogy of like storage devices and computer is different. Like the potential is being stored. It doesn't really get triggered because you're thinking about something else. It's a unit, right? Like the stack where it stores a specific piece of information is not tied to everything else. The brain, not so much. Things are constantly overlapped. So when you're thinking about something, it can make something else more difficult to remember. If you're not thinking about something, that thing gets faded, right? It's a really interesting way to look at your brain. But language learning certainly has a way of bringing all this topic up. All right, that's it for today. I know it's been a long one and it's fun. It's fun to let loose the brain juices. Yeah, definitely check out that channel. Comprehensible Input Japanese is a really wonderful and informative source. Bearing in mind that it may not work for everyone, and it might not be as engaging for everyone equally, but you, the person I'm speaking to, the hypothetical person, can make it interesting. And that's what I like to talk about. I like to talk about how you, when you sit here and stare at the wall, how can you make that interesting? Because that is a fantastic superpower in this day and age. If you can make yourself interested in something, it's fantastic. At least it's a great skill to have on, up your sleeve. Like when someone says, hey, I really love reading haikus. It's like, all right, well, I don't really do that on a regular basis. How do I do it? Let's go find out. That's interesting, right? Immediately when someone tells me, hey, do you want to do this? And I'm not sure how I'm going to do it. Let's go do it because that's interesting. That is a great superpower to have, and it gives you many, many choices. It makes you feel comfortable in saying, will I ever learn Japanese? The question is, how much Japanese am I going to learn? Because I'm definitely going to learn Japanese. When I do it, I'm definitely going to learn Japanese. The question is, how much do I want before I have enough? Right? Not if I'm going to learn Japanese. That's someone who's contemplating about doing something because they're not sure if they're going to do it. So they're going to spend a lot of time learning, quote unquote, learning, knowing a lot of methods to do it and not do it at all. If not, they start to do it and they couldn't execute on all the things that they know, methods that they know, because they didn't understand what the method was. Right? That's kind of like counting your chicken, counting your chickens before they hatch situation. Right? Anyways, there you have it. So until next time, I'll be back again. Tomorrow we have a Neverwinter thing, right? And then we have like a half lesson day on WaniKani. So more ranting at the end of the day in Neverwinter. I have a couple stories. So until then, 大家下次见, right? 感谢观看. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. And good luck. Have fun. Bye bye.